big one, right? If they're wearing a Cowboys hat,
Yep.
even if I don't like Cowboys, I'm gonna be like, wow, Cowboys guy, or maybe I'll give them the opposite, like, I don't like the Cowboys, and I just start building rapport. Or I'm constantly looking for everything. They pull up in a Ford pickup, my favorite. And I can make instant rapport with these people. Find a commonality, find a way to make them laugh. Anytime you get a patient to laugh at the get-go, how much do your chances of selling that patient go up? Huge. And get their third party involved, get them trusting you, and people buy from people they like. And if you build rapport at the get-go, it's really the most important thing I feel is for part of the process, really. If you don't start at the beginning and build your base, you're not going to get to the top and succeed. So again, very basic. Keep it simple. Part of what I like to do is we have cameras in offices, so I'll watch conversations with consultants and patients. And we all know what people are going to say, right? We pretty much know what somebody's going to say. Next step, next step, next step. But if somebody has a question, let them finish the question before you answer. Have you guys ever heard a consultant or even yourself, be honest, where you're in a hurry, your schedule's backed up, and they're like, well, I don't really like the way I know that you don't necessarily like the way it looks or feels. And that's what they were going to ask, right? But you're cutting them off. Do they think you care about them? And when you help people with hearing, most of our patients are they're older people, right? Most of them. I mean, we have some younger generation too that need help for whatever reason. But I always tell people, whether someone was a janitor at a high school or they were a CEO of a Fortune 500 company, every patient we're in front of is pretty wise. They've lived how long? 60, 50 years even. They know if you're just trying to pull something over on them, you need to build trust and keep it simple. And what do I mean by that? I saw this picture online one day where it was basically like, do you want to tell a story like this, where everything's just all over the place and you're trying to get through the point, but you're just saying a million things to get one thing across? Or do you want to say it and tell your story with a climax and just a conclusion where it's very simple? Do people want to hear your life story to build rapport? Or hear a story about a patient you're trying to get across through an objection? Well, I had a patient that did this, that it worked really well for. Do they want to hear a half-hour-long story of this patient you met that this worked for? No, they want it to be very quick and concise, and we need to be quick and concise because we have, a time restraint, right? We need to do all this stuff in a half hour to an hour. So keeping it simple is very important with the patient. Easiness, all I mean by this is we need the patient to realize that this is not a difficult process. We can use things like the miracle or promise multiple times. But the patient needs to know that the process is going to be easy. If you make it very complicated and you're telling them, we're going to do this multiple times, it starts adding up in their head. They're like, God, this is going to take a ton of time. They're retired, but they don't want to come to 50 appointments a year. They want to know that we're going to keep them on a schedule and that we're going to take care of the problems and keep it going.
Or they'll go, well, you just gave me so much to think about.
Yeah.
I know.
And that's something we'll be talking about later.
Sometimes you open things up you shouldn't have.
If you get that objection, what's happened, Reese?
You've definitely gone way too far into something, whichever direction it was.
Yeah, you've talked
way
too
Talk too
much.
You gave me too much, you talk too much, yeah.
Yeah, and that's part of the keeping it simple is if you get to the end and you've offered them 50 options and you're telling them about in the ear, behind the ear, you name it, you've got every option, right? We do.
There you go, yeah.
At the end of it, they're going to be like, in their head, they may not say it, but they're like, man, this has been great. You've really taught me so much. As soon as I hear that, I'm like, back and maybe you can't recover that one, but then you
Try
step
to
back
simplify
and you simplify it to the next patient. You get easier and easier and easier.
ABC.
You know, if I look back at however long ago when I started and I saw myself in a mirror or a recording, I'd be like, did I used to say that? Oh my God. And the thing is, if you're not growing, you're failing, right? And so if your process doesn't constantly change, you probably should change up something, right? Every now and then it's working to try out new things. And dependability. People want to know that we're going to be around. You know, I say things simply like Miracle, we've been around 70 years. We really know every step how to do it and when to do it. Just simple little sayings, right? And you can even say things like lately with COVID, there's a lot of hearing aid companies that have been They're going out of business.
Shut down.
You know, they want to know that we're going to be there for the long haul, especially with how much they're investing with us, right? So again, I know this is very basic stuff, and we'll get more into this when we talk about objections and role play and things like that. But, you know, if you keep these 4 things in mind, in my opinion, as we talk about any objection overcoming we're trying to do or anything in general with the patient, if you've done these 4 things, you've really set yourself up in the right light. And I'm trying to just keep it really simple. Any questions about any of that before we move on, Brad?
I always go back to this. I'm going to steal this from Spencer. He mentioned it on one of our conference calls. But what you said, I think it resounds so true. And I always go back to it. They don't care how much you know until they know how much you care. Care. We can figure the rest of that stuff out down the road. They don't want to hear about frequency adjustments and algorithms. I mean, you may get your engineers that'll include that in their research, but for the most part, we'll get to that stuff. But the first question is, do you care about them, and are you there to help them solve the problem? If you can get that answer in their mind crystal clear, the rest of it's pretty easy.
And this is one thing why it's so important when you get busy to make sure that you control your body language and your tone of voice and what you're saying.
You're not getting
Because
closer and closer.
it is very easy when you are trying to hurry up because you know that you got to get to the next person where you don't create that same I care about you feeling. And these are those little things that separate, you know, those good events and those great events is how you're able to maximize the opportunities in front of you, right? And it's very easy to hurry up, and that person doesn't feel like you care. So getting them to feel that, you have a big part to play in that.
Now, I've literally sat in front of patients, and I've had to check. Are you kidding me? You know, way better to say, I'm Brett. You know, tell me your name. What do you do for a living? Tell me a little bit about yourself. How long have you been living here?
Yeah,
Let's slow it down and just give that.
if you've created that trust and rapport, you can damn near ask patients anything you want. I mean, I said some things to people sometimes and I almost cringed to myself. I'm like, I mean, not mean or rude, but like, it worked, right? And some things don't, right? I mean,
Sometimes I have to assess myself and I have to reinforce myself because I'm a human too, and I get intimidated at $7,000-8,000 price. I mean, my own product, and I say, is it really worth it? The 55 is the best hearing aid we got, folks. I'm telling you, awesome. I just need more strength of character sometimes to propose it to somebody.
yeah.
I mean, if we can't believe in what we do, then maybe we should spend some time thinking about that. You know?
Yeah, don't sell your own pocketbook, right?
What?
Things like that.
Yeah.
That's kind of what you mean, right?
And here's one of those times where maybe I'm too blunt myself is
About that.
Well, especially with current
That's why I have to
patients.
self-adjust sometimes.
Yeah. Well, current patients too. I mean, if they bought 5500s for $7,500, right? And now it's the ME5 Energy, and it's another $6,500, $7,000. In my mind, I'm like, is it worth it for you? That difference in technology, how do you know how much money is in their bank? How do you know how much it's worth it to them? And I always go back to this one eye-opening appointment when I was new to open houses. I'm in Medford, and at that time we went from 5300s to 5400s. And in my mind, the technology change wasn't that big of a deal, right? the patient comes in, I clean her hearing aids, I ask her how she's doing, and she's giving me all the great responses that she's doing well, but she's got a really bad hearing loss. And I just do a quiet environment word test, and she does well. So I'm about to push her off, and then she pulls out this, hey, I got something about new technology. And I said, oh, I wasn't going to bring it up because you seem to be doing well. And she goes, yeah, but we're in a quiet. Is there something that can help me better when I go play cribbage? When I go to the dining hall, which is 3 times a day? You know, all of my social engagements, which I'm pretty active at 85, are all in noisy environments. Do you have something better? And then I put in the demos and did a noisy test, and she was like, shame on you for not telling me. You have no idea how much it would be worth it to me to give me a 10, 15, 20% improvement in background noise. And I had to take myself out of that equation and realize that each technology, that 20, 30, 40% processing speed improvement, the fine-tuning abilities, the background noise enhancement or filtering, that makes a big deal to them. And I'm not selling out of my own pocket saying, oh, it might not be worth it to me, but I have normal hearing. What would it be like to you who really struggles in noisy environments, and they buy based on our confidence? So if we don't have the confidence that that $7,000 is worth it, they're not going to be willing.
Great story to use, by the way, with current patients, obviously, that, you know, these are things to use when people aren't wanting you to look at new tech, right? I use that same story and I'll say, man, I got scolded one time for not even offering this. Very similar to that, right? And, you know, at the end of the day, all these little stories can help you throughout the process. Stories are the best, right? We've got a million we'll share with you later. But again, keep these 4 things in mind, just kind of in the back of your head as we're role-playing and talking. And I think a lot of the times when people first start to go, it's a lot more complicated than they need to be. Just be yourself and be in front of them and tell your stories that apply to their situation. And we'll have a million we'll share with you, but hope that helps a little bit. So all we're going to do here for the next little bit, which, you know, a lot of you work with our organization and you've seen the way our system has changed over time. We've been with us for a while. You know, the way we used to position open houses, just our presentations, be a bit different, right? I mean, the closer used to start with the patient, and man, it was a juggling fiasco, right? We'd start with them, so we'd have to be available when they got there. We'd explain things, we'd introduce ourselves, and then we'd hand it over to the consultant, and they'd just test them. They didn't have any time to build a lot of rapport or anything like that, because we were just constantly trying to flow these people through. And so here a little while ago, we kind of switched it. I think it was Aaron may have done this first, and at the time we were like, that's crazy. We want them first. We want to establish ourselves, things like that. But what we did is we changed it to where the consultant starts with them, and it really gives us plenty of time, right? Like there's no time crunch anymore. They start with the patient, and we'll go over this in more detail. They come in, explain to us what's going on. They have time to get rapport with the patient, which helps with what? Cancels and returns. Huge, right? They have time to get them to laugh, to build rapport themselves, find something in common. That gives us ammo down the road to say, man, this is Spencer. He really knows everything about this stuff, and it really sets the consultant up in a good light when they get to us too, which we'll go over in more depth. So after they're tested, the consultant comes in just for a few minutes, talks, game plan, this is what they said, this is what's going on, they've had this, whatever they found out about the patient. And then they come into us, and we're kind of set up into a light of, however they introduce us, whether it's a factory specialist, whatever you want to say, right? But let's break down this single one thing at a time. We talked a little bit earlier about pre-planning for the most part, but if it's a new patient, does that mean that I have no history or no information on them at all? No, I've got a lot of things I can look at. Number one, I can click on their name, see if they've ever been in for a consultation. maybe it was 5 years ago. Hope to God they put notes in on why they didn't get help. You know, I have some ammo there. I have whatever the PCC put in the notes, right? Patient bought hearing aids from Costco a year ago. Yeah, I know what to go up against right away, right? They're going to be talking about price because they already know, they think hearing aids are a couple grand. I need to establish what a basic hearing aid is versus what our value and what our technology can do, right? Simple things, right? But I'm looking to see if they have an old file and a test loss no sell, which I'm having the PCC pull the day before, so I have them in the morning or the night before I leave. Cycle history, as I spoke about, notes from PCC, and what did they call in on? Why is that important?
Price point, right? Field test.
Again, I know this is very basic stuff, but think about that. If I know they called in on an $8.95 ad, I know that I need to price condition more maybe, right? Or tell the consultant before they get to me, hey, make sure to drop a couple price conditions even and what, you know, what technology differences are. We have a lot of ways to explain how to price condition later. We'll go over that. But I'm looking at all this stuff. Like I think Brett the other day, he summed it up well. It's like be Columbo, right? Like investigate everything you possibly can on the patient. Then we go into where we have the patient come in, we have an intake paperwork, whether I really just kind of blend with the office and use whatever they use. Whether it's an individualized questionnaire that we use, that we've created, or the automatic one generated by the system, right? There's benefits both ways. The automatic one's less time to fill out. You know, if you really want to get in depth, if you're running behind, I'm going to have them, I sometimes tell the PCC, hey, we're running behind, give them more paperwork. And I've got extra things set aside so that they're busy for 20, 25 minutes just filling out paperwork. Or if I'm running late, I can do the opposite, right? And good PCCs kind of do that stuff if they've been taught. I have the PCC ask for ID and any kind of insurance card right at the get-go. I can't take credit for that. I learned that from Rob in Honolulu and Deb. You know, you learn a lot from that. And I'm trying to listen to everything in the lobby if I'm available to, or even if I'm trying to listen to the wall while I'm doing an H8 through the wall. And when the PCC says, hey, I need your ID and a copy of your ID and your insurance paperwork or insurance card, a lot of the times, I don't have any insurance help with hearing aids.
What do you want my insurance for?
Isn't this free?
Yeah.
Well, you know, if someone says something like that, you just simply coach the PCC and say, hey, you know, we like to just call in advance to see if there are any benefits in case you do decide to get some help. Very simple.
Yeah, it tells you though there might be a little bit of
Yeah, it'll tell you something that
a
you
little
need to.
spicy, might have maybe a little bit more.
Well, this is good to know though, because this is, and we'll talk about this later, but it's kind of their own defense mechanism of protecting themselves, because they're going in, I don't know if I have hearing loss, I don't want to spend money on hearing aids, and that's their way of protecting themselves, right? And so when you ask for insurance, it's like, oh, that's commitment. You're asking for commitment. I don't know if I want to do this. I don't know if I even have a hearing loss. Oh my gosh, you know, I got to defend this. And that's where staying calm and having a soft, non-threatening way of something just as simple as, you know, by the time you do have hearing loss and you do want to move forward, that's that one word, if. It's very soft and non-threatening. If you do have hearing loss and if you do want to move forward, you'll know what your benefits are. Then you also don't have to spend an hour on the phone call waiting to see, you know, if you have benefits and trying to wade through that. Our gal is, you know, a specialist when it comes to insurances, and we can give you the benefits before you leave.
Well, there's nothing worse than when you get to the point of if we haven't collected insurance or even talked about it yet. What happens when you're 30 minutes behind and then all of a sudden the patient says, oh yeah, I have a $2,000 benefit with so-and-so.
Have to wait and see what it covers.
Now I'm half hour behind. I've got a patient waiting in the lobby talking about logistics, right? If I know that, I should know, you need to get to a point where you know that information before they even get to you.
Uh-huh.
Like while the you know, we're shuffling through this process, the PCC's calling, they're checking on it amongst all the other things they're doing. I know they're busy. But that really is very important. But most of the time you don't, sorry, one second. most of the time you don't get the response. Coach the PCC on how to handle it, keep calm and collected. But most of the time, what do I hear? I hear either, oh, I've already checked, I don't have anything. Or, oh yeah, I have a great benefit. And there I'm like, oh.
Great, they're already ready by.
I mean, or maybe they think they have a great benefit, but it's managed care or something, which we'll talk about later. But it really tells you a lot about the patient from what Jared just spoke about and what you were talking about. But it also gives me a leg up on what I need to focus on. If they know they've got a benefit, we need to verify the benefit, and I need to be prepared to talk about that. But if they know they don't have a benefit, I'm off the hook. I don't even have to worry about that objection anymore, right?
One of the tools that I use education as an excuse. One of our goals is to educate you on everything it takes to take care of your hearing health. And we do a benefit check for you to make sure that you have that information, whether it's in network or out of network, and how your insurance works. So we're going to check for you.
Or sometimes it's simple as just saying this is going to complete your medical profile.
Yep.
Yeah, something like that would be simple too. But if they just ask for it at the get-go, it just sets you more towards even more medical and not just a sales place, right? So build rapport, this is again the consultant starting with them. They go out, the paperwork's done. Either the PCC brings it to them, they come out and get them, or the PCC brings them back, whatever they want to do. And it starts, right? They find common ground just like we talked about earlier. They hopefully get the patient to laugh and loosen up. You know, everybody I've worked with in this room is great at that. I normally hear laughter from the other room. I'm like, yes, great sign, right? Because it, again, establishes trust, build rapport, etc. Brief discovery, the consultant's going to say, hey, something simple, right? Like, Dex, what do you say when you first sit down after you've built good enough rapport?
I'll start asking questions, why are they here, try to get to pinpoint what motivated them to come here, what they're looking for, answers that they want to hear. Maybe start to see what objections may come up later by asking those types of questions. Keep in the back of my mind, I'm going to have to hit that later when I go over the audiogram.
And I like Dex because he'll make notes while they're talking, and then when he comes in this step here, which we'll talk about at length, I've got tons of ammo. I know what their objection is going to be. Dex has already covered it too, or Spencer. I mean, all you guys are great at that. But that's what we mean by discovery. Then after you found out kind of what's up, what's going on, what they've been wearing, if they're a user, if they're not a user, if they think they have trouble, you're going to go over the basic audiogram and anatomy. And during that, what are things I ask you guys to do, Reese? 2 things, right?
Price condition. If
they called it on action, yeah. But I have your price condition and
Over anatomy. Or how do you say that?
well, I have you go over anatomy and audiogram and explain how you do it. But I want you to at least price condition once and mention any medical study you want. However you do it.
So we term this price conditioning. I don't know if you guys have called it price conditioning.
Price anchoring.
But price anchoring, I'm not sure if you guys do this in your presentation, but for us, it's absolutely critical. And price conditioning, Curtis, you want to explain it?
Yeah, so basically, we're however you want to do it, right? But, during the audiogram, a simple way to say it is, when you're explaining low tones versus high tones, again, keeping it simple, right? I didn't say frequency or anything like that. I just say simply, hey, if you're over in this area where we just need volume, we don't really need anything as expensive, or not, don't use the word expensive, as advanced, something like that. But over here on this side where you need clarity, it can require some more sophisticated equipment, and that's why hearing aids can be anywhere from $1,000 to $12,000. Just something simple, right? I'm not talking give a full-blown explanation of what hearing aids are and how much they can cost. But now in their head, you've explained it in this one way, and when they get the test results, before I even talk to them and they see it, like when they come in my office and they see the results, what do they know automatically? I'm going to be at least $5,000 to treat. We've already got something established before I even say a word. I mean, You know, there's a million ways to do this. We've all got our own ways, but that's an example of what I'm talking about.
Real quick example of a way of doing it, even before that, in the consultant portion, is a simple comment. Is one of the biggest problems we see in the industry is patients they'll wait too long to get help, and then they're wearing $10,000 hearing aids, going, huh? What? Unfortunately, all they heard was 10,000, so let them stew on that for a little bit. Don't talk about anything important for a few minutes, and then circle back and say, in our job is to make sure we catch it early enough to save you as much money as we possibly can. Just little drops of price quoting, and then when you come in at a price of 8,000, then that's $2,000 less than you said, and you're golden.
So the whole purpose of that is to rip that Band-Aid off, because if they're new to hearing aids and they haven't ever got hearing aids, they've heard stories of people spending $3,000 and $4,000. Like, no way.
Yeah.
Right? $5,000 hearing aids? Oh my gosh, I would never spend that much money. Right? So then they get an advertisement that says $895, and like, that's more up my alley. It fits their budget comfortably. And so that's where we need to have that conversation with them. So the price conditioning, no matter how you do it, whether you do it through the audiogram, through the anatomy, and we'll tell you different ways of doing that, we need to do that at some point. And hearing it from the consultant and the closer 2 different times solidifies, okay, prices can be up here, prices can be up here. Oh, I didn't fall in that range. Now their friend talks to them about it, and they're like, yeah, I just bought hearing aids for $6,700. The good news is I didn't wait until it was so bad where I had to spend $10,000 or get a cochlear implant. So, I got a good pair.
One of my favorites is when they say, "Yeah, I hear it all the time. They cost $3,000 or $4,000." And I'll even tell them, how many times have you heard patients or your friends or family members complain about their hearing aids? A lot. How much do they pay for those hearing aids? $3,000 or $4,000 exactly. I want to protect you from falling in that boat. And so you can price condition on the low side. Now they know that they can't spend the too little because it'll waste their money. And then they also know that there is potentially $10,000, $12,000 hearing aids out there.
Yeah, that really works double-edged sword, really, because a lot of people won't tell you that they know of people with hearing aids that they don't work. And you find this out after you've educated them a while. And you see this aha moment in them, right? Like, oh, that's why those didn't work. Uncle John's a cheap ass, and he spent $900.
Yeah.
And so that's a double-edged sword, right? Because then if that objection rears its head, you've already taken care of it. And you can be like, yeah, unfortunately, a lot of people don't take the time to educate you on what does and doesn't work. They just make it easy for themselves and say, sure, I'll get you those $900 ones. You've made yourself a hero because you've educated them. And they know why they need more expensive technology, right?
And also on the other side of it too, you can say, how many times have you heard people complain about them spending $10,000 and the hearing aids don't work? And if they say, never.
Exactly.
And if they say, well, this person did, and I go, she must have waited too long.
Checkmate right
You
there.
got another one. So
Or what's their hearing loss?
There's something to be said about that. You keep hearing these big numbers, right? 10,000, 12,000. It's kind of a psychological trick. Once we set that bar this high, and then we come in at 7, they're like, $10,000.
But that's when you show them 7,000, like, oh, and that's per each, right? So it's 14.
Oh, that's the best question.
Just need you today only. Oh, that's when you know you've done your job just right.
Yeah, that's not fun. But I've worked with patients too who said, I went to Costco and there's no way I'm spending $2,700 for hearing aids. And they're not saying I can't afford $2,700. They're saying Costco did a horrible job of explaining the value of that $2,700. Yeah. They walk out with $8,000 and they're happy about it. They're like, okay, I get it now.
So look, we're going to go over a lot of ways to price condition. We've just done 3 or 4 here in the last few minutes. When they hear it, whoever, I think it was Aaron, said when they hear it once and twice from two different people saying the same things and educating you the same way, what are the studies? I think it's like they're 80% more likely to believe professionals if they hear it from 2 of them. So it makes a huge difference in building trust as well. So that's what we mean by price condition and medical study. Medical study can be anything from actually start affecting your brain as well, a lot of studies show. Just something simple, right? And then sometimes that'll pique interest from the patient, and they'll say, oh, my dad had Alzheimer's. And then, that's all the kind of information we can use to bring out medical studies. Or if you want to talk about balance, you name it, we've got a million links to hearing loss, right? So you mentioned one medical study, and if it has to do with their brain and things like that, they may not bring it up with a consultant, but then by the time they're done with their test, it's been festering. They're like constantly thinking about, how does that affect my brain? And then when they get to me, what happens? They're like, yeah, Dex was talking about how this is linked to this. What is that all about? And then I haven't even brought it up. They're bringing it up to me, and I'm like, yeah, so on and so forth. Unfortunately, it does cause these.
One thing I would just add to that is pay attention to their body language when you're dropping these hints, not only as the consultant, but as the closer too. You can see what ones are concerning to them by how they respond when you talk about these medical studies. And that to me is a pain point that I need to. And then I can do that by showing them some of the medical studies and actually showing it to them to support the conversation, because people do believe what they see more than what they hear. And if you are telling stories, we talked about this, sharing details of the story is critical as well, saying that the study they did at Johns Hopkins, the study they did at the University of Texas a few years back showed this, this, and this. But you'll see in their body language change, and they'll look at their husband or wife and be like,
I told you, you're losing it.
Yeah, their spouse.
They won't even say something sometimes, but they will just.
Yeah, really.
Well,
And you
and
know that's a pain point.
we have a slide that I love that a lot of consultants have kind of adopted this over the years. I always leave a medical study slide set at the top of the corner of my desk. And I know Spencer does this, a lot of you guys do. Yeah, where you've got that sitting there, and when the patient's being tested, what's the third party doing? And they're telling you things while you're trying to test. Great, you're getting more and more information. But they see all these links, and then by the time they're out of it, their spouses, what's happening? Are they on your side? It just builds all this stuff. I haven't got to the point where I take, like, before COVID, we've been trying to keep the offices with less things to touch and stuff. But I would take like 5 of those, and I'd set one on every single seat in the lobby. And then what happens when they come to sit down and do paperwork? What do they have to do? They have to pick up that slide. And then what do they do when they pick up the slide? They at least glance at it. And then when they've done their paperwork, they go back and do what? Read every single thing on that slide. All these little things are like psychological things that really help set you up, and they bring it up to you when that kind of thing happens. So you're going to price condition medical study, you're going to go into a full test. Now, every state has different stipulations on what a full test is, right? Some don't require quicksand, etc. I love a full test. I especially want word to scrim, quicksand, all of these things as a closer. Why do I want word recognition and quicksand as a closer? Expectations very well. Like wording down to 80%, I can build urgency.
Compare with their last results.
I could compare if I have history from the results. We used to be at 80%, guys. Now we're at 70. That means the brain is not getting more and more information the longer we wait to treat this.
And you also get all the time where they'll say, man, I went and got tested at so-and-so, and they never did any of these tests.
Huge.
And then boom,
They never
welcome
explained
here.
anything. Yeah, I did that a lot.
It validates the brain studies. It shows the cognitive function of your brain.
Yep. And
I mean, we could list 1,000 things, right?
Yeah, time that quicksand to the memory test. You realize how when you're hearing those things, you're trying to put it together, use your memory, see how your hearing and your memory is linked, doing things like that.
Yeah, I mean, there's so many things I can use. And when I just get a test handed to me and it's got air on it, I'll make do, but what am I going to do after that? I'm done with that patient. I'm going to go to the consultant and I'm going to educate on why I need these other tests, right? And they may not know, maybe they're brand new and they didn't go through a training or whatever, or they've been doing it 30 years, which is almost worse, right? Because then you're
As a proprietor, I mean, we're responsible for that testing being complete, and that's the state regulation. So if we're willing to just look the other way for business, we should be focused on that they should at least run bone, speech, and pure tones.
Well, to me, it goes back to ethics and morals, just like we talked about earlier. The consultant maybe didn't just do it on purpose. Maybe that's just all they knew. Maybe they'd never been taught why we need to do it, why the state requires it, whatever the reason, right? But this to me is super important because I use it to build urgency. You know, if it's the very first test, I can hammer hard even more, right? Even if I don't have an old test to compare to, which is even better, we'll talk about annuals here in a minute. I have so much ammo if I have Quicksand and WordDiscrim. Bone, obviously, maybe we need to refer the patient. Maybe there's something going on in there and we save their life. You know, it's something
There's
simple as that.
original reason for all that, and someone we were on the doorstep of having litigation once. It got my attention that crying out loud, we got to at least do fundamentals.
Yeah, and we'll go over a lot more with role playing and objections and things on how to use WordDiscrim and Quicksand. A lot of things you guys said nailed it, right? We use it for all these different scenarios. And it builds more trust and faith with you too, right? Like, I think it was either Deck, yeah, you were saying, the patient says, I've never had anybody do a test like that. I came from the VA, they have an audiologist, all they did was play beeps in my ears, or however they say it. And maybe they did get a full test, they just don't remember. But at the end of the day, it establishes you as more of a professional as well, right? Transition to open house specialist. Again, this to me is up to the consultant on what they want to say. You know, when we talk about annuals here in a minute, we'll talk about a few other ways that I prefer to have the consultant say it. You know, if you want to introduce this as, I'm going to have my colleague look over this with me and you know, we're going to go over some options because you have a hearing loss. I'm going to, you know, go chat with my open house or my factory specialist. I try to stay away from open house specialist. Makes it sound more salesy, and a technology expert, a factory specialist, however you want to say it. Now, walk the patient right over. They do what? What's the consultant do?
Build them up.
They build, well, yeah, that's a good thing. We'll talk about that more later too. They'll build up me or whoever's there, and I'll build them up when I get them. But hopefully you've been taking notes, or you just remember, or I've been hearing what's going on anyway through the wall. But this consultant's going to come over before they bring the patient over. Go ahead.
Then when you go grab the test, then you go walk over and then talk to you first before you hand them off.
Yeah, so then Reese comes into me and he says, hey, this guy's been wearing Costco hearing aids for X amount of years. He knows he's got an insurance benefit. His wife's on board. His wife doesn't care. Anything that you think will help. You know, if you just walk in and have out, does that help me at all?
Yeah.
No, I want to know any little thing. And you guys are all good enough in this room that you know what you're looking for. But these are things we need to teach the consultant, especially if they're newer,
So I'm trying to hand you a loaded magazine, not an empty one.
Great.
We're going into battle.
One of my favorite consultants to work with in our team is actually Steve's little brother. He likes to do it in front of the patient. He'll bring the patient over to me. He'll come over and tell me what's going on, and then he'll bring the patient over, and then he'll say, yep, we have a high frequency sensory loss. He's struggling with background noise. He's having this issue. We discuss this as a probable cause. It kind of gives a handoff that shows the professionalism and the buy-in. It does two things. It shows the patient that the provider knows what they're talking about, and two, that we're a cohesive team and we're going to do the best we can to take care of them. So there's the warm handoff as well.
And you listen.
That's a good way to do it too. I mean, I like that, but I also just like having time with the consultant to game plan a little bit.
Mm-hmm.
You know, I kind of call it the
So he does that
first
first.
session.
He does that as well.
He does it a couple different ways from time to time. But yeah, that's a good way to do it too. So sorry guys, I'm running a little behind. I think I'm going to speed up a little bit. But so that's the strategy session. That's what everything out for the patient. So then they get into I'm doing the same thing in order, really. I'm building rapport just like the consultant just did. They like the consultant already. Now it's my job to get them laughing and find something in common, just like we spoke about at length. Discovery, again, I'm in essence asking them similar questions as the consultant, and they're explaining it. Maybe they thought of more things they could say between the test and then they get to me. This is also where if we've talked about medical studies and stuff, that's where they bring it up to me before I've even touched it. You know, they bring up Alzheimer's or this or that or balance issues. And I'm like, yeah, unfortunately, this can cause that kind of stuff. I'm really glad Spencer went over that with you. I love it. He's so thorough. And I'm building them up, right? All these ways to do that. I go over the audiogram, explain the results, if they have the loss, and what we need to do to treat it. You know, anatomy, price, condition, and medical study again. I don't usually do anatomy a lot. But I focus on their hearing exam. And then we find ways to get them out of denial if we need, or show their spouse that they're going to work. We have circle of understanding. I think Dex was talking about he wants to go over, or someone was saying circle of agrees. We'll go over that a lot more later as well. Demo the patient, explanation of what hearing aids are and recommendation, pull out the price sheet, handle objections, close, wrap up, find out what they're doing for a down payment, secure financing. You know, when you go into an office, if you don't secure financing and then 10 people come back the next week and what's the worst moral thing you can do for a consultant you just left? Leave them with a mess. And even if someone's pre-approved, if you have declines, sometimes it could be from an address issue, error, this or that, but if they're not, like when they leave, I have in the notes what color they want, model they're getting, any hot buttons, what they're putting down, what they're approved on, what financing program, and I've got them approved and taken care of before they come back.
Well, tips, receivers.
Yeah, I mean, you know how. Yeah, any tips, receivers, anything you changed in the first bit that really helped.
They just make sure go.
Ear canal was really small. You're going to need to use an X dome.
Insurance billing.
And you know, that goes along with how they're paying. Like, yeah, they're doing $2,000 down. They've got $2,000 benefit that we're collecting in advance. They're getting reimbursed. Or maybe I did make a special exception and I say, we're billing their insurance $2,500. It's federal. I know I'm going to get it. Don't collect that. Just anything that you think is important for the consultant to know, I'm going to leave them with it. And I put it right in the cycle outcome, because what happens with papers? They can get lost. I can make all the notes in the world on a piece of paper, and if you lose the piece of paper, we're done. And we sold 10 people that day, and I don't remember what colors are whose. And
you're not going to remember, so as best as you can, try to do it as soon as possible, because you're not going to remember a lot of times. You're going to need that memory jogger of like, well, it's the person that came in, the wife had the red, cowboy hat. Oh yeah, they did this. But I mean, when you start seeing a lot of people, and if you're doing a lot of open houses, you don't even remember what location you're in. Sometimes you're like waking up in a hotel, where am I? And that's one of those things, like, what patient did I see today? I have no idea. You tell me. So
it's little things that can jog your memory.
Yeah, it's a little things, but just because it says pre-approved for 10,000, you've all been doing this long enough, you'll see it pre-approved, and then you do it, and it's 3,300.
That magic number, 3,300.
Yeah, 3,300. And then Ally.
COVID hits, and everybody's got 3,300.
Yeah, and they weren't approved for Ally, and you're just like, okay, so I know we talked about your monthly payment. We have some things that we need to go over. Unfortunately, it makes it really tough on the consultant trying to deliver when patients haven't been approved, and they're like, I need you to pay an extra $4,000. $4,000. Okay, well, I can't give you these. Well, why am I here then? Well, we thought you would, but it just makes it tough.
Or if you only get 3,300, what do? You pick up the phone, you call Healthy Plan. Can I get this increased? Especially if they were pre-approved for 10K. Like, something's gone wrong here. And maybe it works, maybe it doesn't. At least I've tried. And then I can go to Ally or whatever financing options you guys offer. I always exhaust every option. And sometimes I have to get to the point where I'm like, well, we need a co-signer. I know your husband's not here. Can we get him on the phone? I know he wanted you to get help. Or the husband's sitting right there. Do you mind if I add you to this just so I can get enough to finance what we were talking about? Simple things, right? things.
This is also a coaching opportunity for you in the store. I have seen stores where they only, a constant offender is a gal that works with us in Kenwick. She only knows her healthy plan because it's built into it. Doesn't even use Outline. It's just kind of like, what are you doing? Healthy plan is only one of the options. This is actually going to a lower credit score, so you have a greater likelihood of getting them approved with Ally. And now that they allow us to do refinancing, years down the road, it's going to be a better benefit for you. So using that as a coaching opportunity, if you see that they're not using it, if you get their login details to their financing in Ally, and you see that they have 0 apps in there, do you not use Ally? Well, not really, no. What? How come?
Are those Western State programs? 'Cause I've never heard of
Everywhere.
What do you guys use?
We use Allied.
Ally?
them. Okay, so were the rates low or something?
Oh, it's fantastic.
Yeah.
You can get, if you're
25,000.
if you have good credit, it's down to 7.9% and up to 25,000 credit line.
So
Fantastic. And they'll consolidate on,
Like you use that, right?
they'll consolidate a loan on a trade and trade up in 3 years.
I guess it could be husband and wife.
They'll do
Yeah.
consolidation.
No consolidation on your second purchase.
Are you guys trying to work away from Healthy Plan?
Yes.
To raise the rates?
No, it's the fact
It's just
that
another
It's become our second
Solid.
option instead of our
Yeah,
first.
sorry, we moved it to our second.
Well, Ally does a pre-approval where when you click the button, it doesn't hit their credit. It's off pre-approval. It's not a healthy plan 10K that gets 3,300.
Yeah, it's a guarantee.
So if they get approved for enough or just a little bit under, you can either just go to healthy plan and finance the balance, or ask for a little higher down payment. The more financing options you have,
I've used both.
yeah.
you
So
said
you're gonna get
one where I use both.
Sure, we're gonna make it happen.
We're seeing a lot more shift, guys. We're seeing a lot more shift from Healthy Plan as some of the approval rates have dropped.
Well, they're hard to work
In
with.
certain states more than others. Customer service.
I've heard some horrible things about
Guys,
it.
customer service is a challenge. We're working on them. The reason why I stepped out is because we were having a call with Healthy Plan to talk about customer service issues. So we are working through it, but I've seen more and more folks switch to Ally and other companies where customer service is better and the rates are lower because, to Bob, your point, they did raise the rates.
The big thing that if you could ever bring the attention to them is the
They
consolidation.
will not do it.
Yeah.
And that's a sticking point for us too, so I love to hear that.
We don't
We give the kudos to the companies that are doing great, like the Allies of the world. And eventually we're looking at integration of others, can't promise, because it is something that we're always working on.
Simple though.
On that topic, what is everybody's opinion of Allegro? I've heard some good things about it, don't know much about it.
We use them for a while.
We kind of switched from that to Ally as well.
Yep.
Because
I used them for years, and other places where I couldn't get them approved with Healthy Planner, I would get them approved with Allegro.
Yeah.
And they don't, if you do the 5-year plan, they don't charge you a fee, which is kind of nice. That's the bottom line. They don't charge that 3% fee.
and that's how they're trying to sell us.
We use
So
Allegro
why did
for
you
our-
guys get away from
Ally is better. Ally is better rates, better.
Customer service.
Yeah, it comes down to customer service.
Yeah.
I've had people who got approved with, but then didn't get approved with Ally.
Because they charge
Yeah.
merchant.
It has to be on two options.
Yeah.
It goes
One other major option
Depends
that,
on the client.
and this is
Some of that no one.
this is one that we often forget about,
State
is the
program,
patient
5%
probably has
pension.
cash.
They don't pay nothing.
The patient has other avenues. I mean, I don't know how many times I've been denied on Healthy Plan, denied on Ally, and we're like, oh, what are we gonna do? It's
You want
like,
to use a credit card?
I'm just gonna write a check. Yeah. They pull out their checkbook and write a check.
Yeah.
Have home equity lines of credit. They have vehicles that are paid in full. They can go to their bank and get a title loan on a car. There's a lot of options. Their options are endless.
The goal is just to know that they have a way to pay for them when they come back.
Yep.
And we'll talk about it more, but get bigger, as big a down payment as you can, et cetera. But we'll go over that too. But I know this was a very basic explanation of this. We'll get into more depth. Does everybody kind of understand what we've been following? Does,
Questions on the process?
in general,
Anybody got a list of these vendors that you're talking about, Allied and all that? Because we're currently
I've
new
got
about plenty.
Yeah.
We can get
That's the only number that we use is
Yeah.
I'll send you their contact.
The more the better, I mean.
Yeah, every vendor that we partner with, and even some that maybe we don't partner very well with, like the Care Credits of the world, it's like 2% usage in our system. All of it's listed in the ops manual, and you can just search credit card vendor, and it literally has contact information, has a quick link to the rates for those folks, so it's all there. If you need
Got it.
help, talk to that guy.
Yeah.
So I encourage if the other organizations aren't doing their open houses in that kind of format, I mean, we've really tested both methods ad nauseum, and it gives you the most time with the patient, which helps with rapport and trust and being able to build a relationship with them. Because literally, unless you get into the half-hour situations we've been talking about, you have like up to an hour each with the patient.
Yeah.
You don't want to drone on and on and on and on and, waste their time, but you want to make it, a good use of time. But most of the time you don't use that much time. It's a half-hour consult, half-hour meet. That gives the consultant time to listen to me. That gives me time to listen to the consultant still, etc. So let's just switch gears and finish this up with, what do we want to do different with current patients than new patients? Do you guys handle those different? How do you handle it differently?
I think take the time to make sure that I'm not setting it up like I'm going to try and sell them hearing aids. I want to make sure I'm doing my best to service them, make sure their hearing aids are clean, try my best to make sure they're functioning their best, and show them that before I ever go into new technology or talking about getting them help with something else.
Would you switch gears a little bit, doing closing versus
Sure.
just being? So what would be different about being a closer than just a consultant in general?
This would be a little bit less education on kind of how hearing aids work and things like that. You'd be more talking about the product that might help them compared to what they have, rather than kind of education in general.
I mean, there's a lot of ways you can handle these, right? But the first thing I'll start with is, I'm going to do the same thing I did with my HAE, but with the current patient, what do I have more of?
Page 28.
Report.
I hope I heard more report.
More info too.
Page 28 on this
Oh,
slide.
yeah, I think we
We moved the thing around a little bit, so.
So with a current patient, hopefully I have more rapport with them than an HA when they walk through the door. That means I've been taking care of them. But also I have tons more information, especially if the person that's a consultant there has been taking very good notes in cycle or on their paper file, whatever. I'm going to get their paperwork, their file. I'm going to look through any issues they've had. I'm going to look through how they paid for their last hearing aids. Are they still paying on them? I'm going to look for all sorts of stuff, Have they been offered new tech? Did they see the last closer that was here? How did that end? Hopefully the last closer put notes about if they didn't buy it, why they didn't buy it. A patient was putting a new roof on their house, says they might be ready in 6 months. All right, all this stuff is stuff I can know before I even go to the appointment. Maybe they haven't been seen in 5 years. Well, let's get them, maybe they're not wearing them anymore. All these little things I'm going to look for that can position me in a way that I can fight an objection before it even hits its rears its head.
You can look at how their hearing has changed, the tips they have, how they're programmed. Because you can see a person, let's say they have 8 opens and they have a pretty severe hearing loss, at 2,000 hertz, and they shouldn't be in opens. And just by reprogramming it and set them up with different sleeves. Now, for me, majority of the time, I'm not doing that to their current hearing aids. I'm doing that with the demo so they can see, wow, what is this? Right? And then if they ask the question, well, can you just do that to mine? I say, while there are changes that we can make to yours, I don't have as many tools and the technology, the filters, however I kind of go about it to give you these. Hearing loss has gotten worse, you have more of a need, and the technology back then didn't have the same capabilities to reach out into those high frequencies, to filter the background noise, to adjust with the wind noise, the road noise, however I'm going about that. But sometimes, depending on if a person is a little bit, I can feel it's a little bit more defensive, I might reprogram their hearing aids and show them that there's an improvement. And then I will say, now I want to do an experiment. I want to try something real quick. Let me show you this. And then I put in the new demos, and then I show them how that makes a difference. Because there are some people that they will be fighting you because they think that you're just trying to make a sale, that there are times when you need to make an adjustment and show that, hey, I'm trying to help you, but then also, hey, this new technology is so much better than what we had. And that will go a long ways.
I had a patient that was super standoffish like that. Their hearing aids were only a year and a half old. They were wearing 5500s. We had the 4.0 technology. They were programmed with an 8mm open at 1,000 hertz. It was just wrong everywhere around. So I literally, instead of going into the open house mindset, I went into the provider mindset. I said, let's look up your hearing aids and see if I can help you. I reprogrammed them. I changed the experience fit. I switched them to sleeves. I went and I did in situ. I did every tool I could with their 5500s and got them hearing significantly better. Did a word list and found out that they went from 30% with their old settings to 60% with the new settings, which was fantastic. But I still wasn't happy with 60. So I pulled the 4.0s out, exact program in 4.0s, put them in their ears, and they just kind of looked at me and went, how much is this going to cost me? It was that easy. Because I built all that effort, did the sell for me. Once they heard the difference, where do I sign up? And it was easy. So sometimes that's the right option. So don't be afraid to do it all three ways.
We do the similar thing that I was talking about earlier. Getting them on their ears is the first big step. And then a lot of it just goes to the wayside, you know.
Because they hear the difference.
Yeah.
I mean, even year-old technology compared to now is a huge difference.
Huge.
And if you don't wear hearing, they just bought them last year. We'll talk about that a lot at length. But, go ahead, Brett.
I'll always have them fill out that form too, how you doing with your current hearing. And when I meet the patients, especially if they've been in prior open houses, I'll sit down with them and I'll say, so Steve, you've been a patient of ours for 5 years. Have we been taking good care of you? Are we available? Are we accessible? What do we need to do better? I want to start it off to build goodwill. And if there's no goodwill there, I need to get over that. I mean, if they say, no, you guys have been doing horrible, geez, I need to resolve that before I talk about new technology.
Yeah.
But at least I've opened the door, but I want to let them know, listen, I'm not here to sell you. I'm really here to solicit some information from you. How are you doing? Are we doing a good job? Are you happy with this? And then how are you doing with the current hearing aids? How are they working for you? That's the way I transition it, just to make it a little easier so they're not, it breaks down their guard.
I'll say something like, don't ever let anybody say you can't make these hearing aids louder, because I can turn these up much louder, but what I can't do is I can't give you any more clarity. So to get you more clarity, we need more speed, we need more adjustment capabilities, and kind of explaining why rather than just going.
Right, where look at it and based on this is kind of what your prescription is kind of the target that we're shooting for, and this is where we're at. The black line is what the hearing aid is giving you. That's everything is looking good. You know, there's not a lot of adjustments that I would make to this. I want to show you something. I want to do an experiment. I want to try something again, get the demos in their ears and say, look, it looks very similar, but how does it sound right now? Oh my goodness, it sounds so much different. This is how the technology advanced in the past 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 years.
Spencer and I had a patient that had 5500, and we demoed the 4.0s. We live speech mapped both sets with matching settings and showed them on paper. And then we were able to show the high frequencies. I forgot that patient that came in.
Great for an engineer.
Yeah, he was an engineer type.
Yeah.
Just showing them on paper, like, look, your hearing aids can't reach this part because your 80 dB lost past 3. Put it in the 4.0s and whoop, hits it.
Do you have a simple way of what you go to when someone like the other day threw a difference in a 24 channel and a 48 channel? And
we'll go into that in a lot more detail later.
Okay, great.
Yeah.
I'll also look at the discrims a lot.
I don't like that.
If I see
what to say.
discriminations,
Right, yeah.
and if I see a decline there, I'll make it very clear these hearing aids aren't getting to your brain the information it needs, and I can see it. We're losing discrimination.
Well, I think something we do here a lot is what I think Jaron mentioned is, well, can I do the same thing with these ones? And I go back to the mentality of keeping it simple. And, you know, I like to use analogies at that point where I already know what they've done for a living. So If they were a computer engineer, I'll make an analogy. Well, yeah, but what we could do 5 years ago is kind of like having a 5-year-old laptop versus what one can do now. Big differences, right? Or if they're a car mechanic, it's like having a 10-year-old car that is just limping along with the engine that's in there. Keep it simple, but the newer car is going to have a better, faster engine, right? We can do more with it. You want to match their educational level and what they're doing, just like an engineer we were talking about earlier. But if you keep, you can show them, just like Jared was saying, demo them, and which I would demo them as well. But before I got the demo in their ears, I would also say something analogous like that. However you want to do it, but make it pertain to them and their life, because then they'll actually understand it, and you just built more rapport because you took interest in what they do for a living. It's a huge boost up. We've talked about a lot of this already, but one of the main things I wanted to talk about here is we need to find out why this patient came in as well. Did they get a trade-in letter? Were they a simple clean and check that our marketing team or the PCC was like, oh, they're like 10 months they only had like 2 months before they need their annual. Let's just change it to an annual. Have we ever had that? Every open house, for the most part, no matter who did it. So how, as a consultant, are you going to transition them, or how are you going to teach a consultant to transition them to you? Are you just going to say, hey, I'm going to have you talk to the factory specialist?
I like to get them right to the point where I've done everything.
I think, like we were talking, no matter what, it's about what they need and what they want, and at the end of it, that's always the best.
All right, you guys ready?
You've always been ready.
I need a nap.
What's that massage person usually get?
Energy drink for the afternoon.
It's she got the Delta variant.
She can't be with us today. Actually, I'm gonna get a coffee.
So a lot of what we do is situational because we have to adapt and we have to adjust and change. So we want to talk about some of those scenarios. So if you had a person that didn't know that they were coming in for an open house, you are the open house person, you are not the consultant. So put yourself in the situation, you are the open house person, and then you have a patient that comes in and had no idea that it was an open house. How do you handle that?
If they didn't know they were coming in for a hearing test?
They knew they were coming in for an update on their test, but they didn't know that they were coming in to see a specialist, that it was an open house, that you guys were going to try to sell me hearing aids.
I think I'd start with what time do they have, because a lot of times they think it's a 5-minute appointment, like a cleaning would be sometimes, and so I try to open up what availability they have. Then I can set my perimeter of how quickly do I need to move through things. So I gotta start with that.
Okay. I'd probably ask questions to the consultant and just learn more about the person and figure out a game plan on how to handle it based on their demeanor, maybe their past history, notes, things like that.
All right, and then what?
If they're open to, learn about new technology based on what the consultant says, then introduce me as a specialist or a trainer, and then go about it that way. If they're not open to it, then I'd probably talk about some of the strategies that we did before about, let's find a pain point and tell them that we need some help, that maybe someone else can help and come and take a look at things.
Yep. It's all in how you set it up. I always I gave the analogy to Riley when I was there with him last time, open houses. I think of it like volleyball in a way is if I'm the consultant, I'm the setter, and your job is to spike it, right? Now, as the consultant, let's say Brett is the best, or hitter in the planet, yet I set it right into the net. How good can he be? Right? So it's my job to set it up properly. And that's where sometimes I need to educate the consultant, like, hey, you're the setter, my job is to hit the volleyball, right? And no matter how good I am, if you're setting into the net, I can't be good. So let's make sure that we're setting it up in a way that I can come into this appointment and have success. And sometimes you have to coach them because you are going to have consultants that aren't supportive of this open house. I hear, hey, I have a gal here that's going to show you new technology. And they're like, oh, no, thanks. Hey, I'm going to let you go then. And now those 8 appointments are cut down to 4 because they're letting people walk. So that's really going to mess up your week if every day they're letting them walk. And you are going to have certain consultants that do this constantly, that every open house. We have one in Washington, Peter, where it's like, hey, we got to adjust day 1, right when you walk into that appointment, that first day is like, hey, everyone, I see them. Nobody walks without me seeing them. That's the conversation I've had with them. Like, and less is more. Just get done with the test and say, hey, I'm going to have Jared, this technology expert, or this gentleman from corporate, this factory specialist, go over your results. That's it. I'm out. No question. Do you want to talk to them? Do you want to see new technology? Nothing. And again, you have to adjust on that. How else would, yeah?
I've changed it before. I've told them, before you see him, I'm going to see him. Prejudging, him out the door, making your mind up. I'll talk to her, she's not goodbye. Let me see him first. And in those cases, I kind of force the hand, but sometimes you got to do what you got to do.
Yeah, you have
nothing worse.
Right.
And what happened to Jean? Oh, she wasn't interested. Oh, really?
Or, oh, she had wax, but we're in a state that we can remove wax. It's like, well, why did we send him out? Or, hey, I can just move it. Or it's a new consultant that isn't really that a variation in your thresholds with your pure tone scores and see if there really is, an occlusion. So you have to have that. And sometimes it's just sticking a curette in and moving it a little bit and not having to do a full, remediation of the wax, but it's just moving a little bit to get accurate results.
Do you carry around those lighted curettes with you?
No, but almost every office has them that we work with.
Oh, they do? Okay.
Yeah. You can certainly carry one around if you want. I know Aaron, you carry
what? I carry a lighted curette.
Yeah.
The lighted one, so it puts light at the tip.
If you're
seeing their ear.
Just, you gotta be careful, because our certification isn't valid in my state.
Yeah. So we're states allow, certain ones don't.
Right.
So how else would you handle it? A person comes in for an annual and doesn't know they're there for a test. You're closing. Reese?
Coming in, say that again.
They're there for the open house, but they don't know it's an open house. They don't know. All they think is.
All they think is a test. Probably flip it into saying like, well, we found some change in your results or something like that, and just roll right into it, try and sell them.
Yep. And as the closer, sometimes I have to, again, as Curtis was talking about, approach it in a different manner. Sometimes they do have that trade and trade up letter where I don't need to focus on changing their settings, but other times it's, tell me about what's going on with your hearing. Now that questionnaire, that current patient questionnaire, if you get that and it says no, right, on if they're having difficulties and they say, no, I'm not having any difficulties, that's where you still have an opportunity to get them better hearing aids, and you have to just do it in a more artistic manner. I don't show them that. I slide that, that's gone. Now I say, if there was one thing I could improve with your hearing, what would that be? If I could wave a magic wand and give you all the things that you want with hearing aids, what would those be? And then I just dive into that. I'm looking for a wedge, right? Where can I just kind of find that wedge? How long has that been going on for? How do you handle that situation? What do you do when you're in a restaurant and you're having difficulty? Are you the type that is asking what and huh? Or are you more reserved? Are you doing the nod and the smile? How do you handle that? Would you say that that frustrates the spouse more, or would you say that frustrates you more? I can ask multiple questions and to dig deeper into that one issue before I move on, because this person isn't giving me a lot. Now, it's a lot easier if they're giving you a lot of issues, but if they're not giving you anything and subjectively they're not telling you that they're having problems, you have to find other ways of bringing that out. And sometimes they just don't know that they're having problems. So they might say, oh, no, I'm doing great. If I could improve anything, what would you want to improve? Honestly, I love these. Well, great. Well, let me make sure that these are clean. And then I clean them for them, or I look at them and say, you're doing. And then, depending on how they do, energy in the atmosphere, I can do. For those that have PC-based audiometers, you have that built in. But there's a quick SIN testing. And this has been a huge current patients. And then I will do the quick SIN sentences. 6 sentences, 5 are underlined, so they have a total. I will circle the ones that get correct, and then I will do that as part of my demo, because they might hear great. Part of adjusting and rolling with it. So if you give them a circle of understanding, instead, I say, in quiet rooms, fine. Quiet. That's why you got these hearing aids in the first place. I go to my phone or go to the computer, busy writing, play the background noise, and I read
Okay.
not through PC base, not with the inserts, with their in. And then I circle how they do it. I've been doing this a long time. This is what we talk about, stepping into character, the severity of the problem. What I mean by that is 10 out of 30. Or just change it slightly, have a sigh. You got 10 out of 30. Same words. It conveys it. And you start to feel the change. And well, yeah, background noise. I want to talk about new technology. That's another. I don't want to spend. Okay, if we do an experiment. Around. Yeah.
Just real quick on that quick SIN, what are you doing with the volume? Steady at the.
Because on quick SIN,
change.
This is how it's different, right?
Yeah.
Read it. Mark. Do the same thing, same background noise, just different. Inevitably.
And then I was gonna say how. Okay.
They're showing.
I usually do someone close mask, just so you can't,
The mask obviously is going to muffle it more, which is going to be a similar test, right? Now, if they give you those excuses as well, masks are obviously masks, and a lot of times in a group conversation, because now this person talks and this person talks. Hold on. When I'm at the house, you've got the dishwasher running, so I'm painting pictures. I got the dishwasher running, TV's on. I'm not looking at my wife all the time like, hold on, let me go get the popcorn.
This would be a good one to have the spouse involved with too, if they're there.
Yep.
To it, because a lot of times spouses are like, holy cow.
The way I lead into the circle of understanding and the demos is I kind of touch on the brain function, and over the last years we as an industry have been focusing a lot more on the brain than before. It used to be all about what can you hear, and now it's all about what can you process. There's two sides to hearing. There's the sounds that you hear, and then there's what your brain can process. And then I share with them a personal thing. And anytime you share a personal thing, it opens up their heart. I share with them the fact that my 9-year-old son is dyslexic. When he looks at a book, he sees the words, but they mean nothing to him. So for patients who have a significant hearing loss and we don't treat properly, you can actually lose your ability to process speech. So you hear the word, but it means nothing to you. So what I want to do is I want to test and see how well your brain is processing speech. And then I do it with their hearing aids. Wow, did you know that you were struggling that bad? Like you were saying, you change the mood, you change the tone, you do the demo, you come back and go, oh, good. It's not. And they're, oh, good, okay, what's it going to cost me? And so that's a good way to segue in, is tied into brain studies.
And also along that same line of the experiment, I as an experiment because I didn't know how you were going to do it.
Yeah.
As an experiment because I have some patients where their hearing loss, as time goes on, their brain isn't able channel to 48, how I'm talking about that from an upselling perspective is you get 2 times as much, right? And same thing from a 3500 or an ME3 to an ME5. I'm saying you get twice as much fine tuning that we do. We can, but you don't have to pay twice as much in cost. From an ME4 to an ME5, you get 50% more fine tuning, but you don't have to pay 50% more price, right? Going from 32, half of that, 16 is what takes you to 48. So I'll say you get 50% improvement in how much fine tuning we can do. Not only that, but it automatically adjusts with the background noise, the wind noise, the road noise. It will automatically read out those environments and make changes for you so you'll hear better. It reaches out to higher frequencies. But you don't have to pay 50% more price. They give you a much better bang for your buck if you get a better hearing aids. So that's a lot of times how I'll do that. If a person did buy, let's say, an ME2 program that we have is every dollar that you put into it, I get off that back to you. You got those for $3,500. We would get to apply 100% of that $3,500. So all of your money you get back to apply to better ones. So in their mind, it's just changing perspectives on the value that they're getting out of it. Yeah. We'll talk more about that. Any other things that you guys would add or interject about if they didn't know that they were there for an open house?
One of the things I do is I slow play current patients that are religious. Completely slow play. Don't even tell them there to talk about anything. Just say, hey, I just want to see us say, oh, you know, he's doing a great job. Everything I see here is spot on what I would do. Let me do a word list to verify that it's helping you, and then we'll get you on. And then when you do the word list and you change the mood, like, oh, how long has it been like this? We need to do something. So you create the urgency and then proceed from there. But the factor that they shouldn't make a big influence on it, with the exception of how fast you go at the options. Just slow play.
Right, and this is where, again, our job is to maximize what's in front of us. And it's real easy to just throw opportunities. I'm busy, you know, these people are waiting, this person, you know, bought hearing aids a year ago, but what if they were in E4s or in this person is having a lot of difficulty, right? So away those opportunities. Oh, they're here for a clean and check. Get them out of here. 2.5 years ago. That's a good opportunity. Let's see if we can figure something out, find a way to do this. All right, so next scenario, you have a couple in your office, and somehow throughout the conversation, and this is where paying attention to the cues, there's typically one person a week or where husband comes in, wife comes in, and we're selling the spouse. This is, again, a difference of $20,000 sometimes in a week. Not always, but one sale of the person who bought a year ago, that's a $20,000 difference. That's the difference between $110,000 and $130,000 open house, or $80,000 and $100,000 open house. I mean, those little things add up. So I'm listening to the little cues. Well, the TV's louder for him than me. Well, what can you do in that situation? You're saying you want to find a way to get them involved in that test. So wife is here for the test. You find out the husband needs them as well. You have a person in the other office getting tested, right? So you're sitting here with the wife and husband. You are talking. You find out he could use some help. We got the second office. He's getting tested, and patient comes in just to fill out paperwork. How do you adjust?
I usually have you or one of the house people go and grab the person that's in the lobby and go over some basic studies or just the basics.
I'm closing. I can't.
Oh.
I got a wife and a husband who now needs help. Someone in the room.
Scenario, you're the closer.
You're the closer.
Oh, okay.
Right, so yeah, you're with the wife right now, and then you find out husband needs them. The consultant is testing in the next room over, and then you got someone in the lobby. We just had that.
Well, yeah, I was going to say, we just did that, and the way we handled it is I went out, talked to the person in the lobby for a little bit, and up closing the people I was with, while you were with the couple, you did institute audio with the husband, showed that he had a loss. We got him hearing aids, so when he came back from his delivery, we could do this hearing test.
So this is one way of doing it, right? And you can't do this with everyone, but the conversation is like, okay, put demos in this person's ears, send them out. And Dexter's like, I got this person. I think I can just close him. I'm really close to the pricing anyways. Why don't you just focus on the couple and then I'll start the test? Sometimes you can do that with a consultant that's good enough, right? If he's not, then we would have just followed through with, hey, test him, put demos in his ears, and send him and his daughter or him and his wife out. Let them experience what it's like to hear. I'll work on these two, you pull the next one back, and then I'll do in situ testing with the hearing aid so I can kind of show where he's at to a certain degree, right? So I got hearing aids in his ears. I'm assuming based on the loss, he's probably got a high frequency hearing loss, right, based on what I've heard. So I do the in situ testing, show how it improves, and he's like, wow, this is amazing. That's how we did it. And we ended up getting all of them. What other ways could you do that?
You can also swap, so take the person testing, pull them in, have the other person, the husband or wife get tested, close that one, have the next one come up, do it that way.
Yep,
And
and yeah,
keep
you
waiting
could,
out there and have the PCC keeping that person busy.
and what you could have done as well, or what we could have done is, we could have swapped, right, and send the husband and wife back in, which she already has demos. Now we send them to test, and then I'd say, you know, Dexter, put demos in their ears and put both of them back in the lobby. I'll take the next one, do that, and then I'll come and grab them. So that there are multiple ways of handling that. But again, it's very, you know, you get that one later, and then we miss out on one. So again, just being creative in how we do that. Any other ideas?
The other idea is if you did have an opening later on in the day, then you send them out and send them back at that time. So you know they have the demos.
Yep, send them home with demos and then come back. Yeah, absolutely. That's another way of doing it. So now what if that person is getting impatient because he's done with this paperwork and now he's 20 minutes past, right? So again, I decide to move forward with talking about the wife and the husband. And they keep checking their watch, which will happen. What do you do differently? How could you approach it?
Probably go out and do the errand. Sorry, I'm running late. I'm running late because I'm answering a lot of questions for these people and really making sure they understand what's going on. I promise I'll do the same for you. If I need to run late during your appointment, I'll be here and take as much time as I need.
There you go.
Yeah, I use a level one with, and I promise to work away and be sure to take care of you as well. So I use that one.
Yeah, that's good. Any other ways of seeing the patients at that time?
You can also, I'm trying to give them a long sheet of paperwork instead of a short sheet. This is bad more time,
And it is a lot of
versus paperwork.
what we were talking about, sending home demos, you know, and having them come back. I mean, you might have to do that, but it's being creative. It's working with a consultant, but it's also the PCC. It's frustrating to me if a patient walks and I didn't know that they were getting impatient. The PCC never told me, right? And I don't know how good of a job she is at entertaining or where that person's at. So I would let them know, hey, if they are starting to get, you know, impatient with their time, you let me know. You know, you might have to dance and entertain a little bit right now, but just keep me in the loop. This is what I'm going to do. This is what consultant is going to do, and we're just going to do that to the best of our ability. Do you know how to go over contracts? Sometimes I've had the PCC go over the contracts where I'm looking at the schedule and it's just double booked pretty much the whole day, and I'm like, okay, so I'm going to teach you how to go over the contract this way, and I'm going to have you have them sign it and then set up the appointment. I'm just going to walk out and say, hey, they're putting $1,000 down on their credit card. Go over the contract. These are the hearing aids they get. They'll enter and cycle, do this, and I'm on to the next one. So those are all different ways that you might have to juggle things.
And then the other aspect of it is approach the root problem. What caused it? Was it a miscommunication? Was the PCC confirming properly? Was, you know, what caused that bottleneck? And how can you avoid it tomorrow?
Well, that's why I was grabbing you or ask real quick and then let you know what's going on, and we'll come up with a good game plan.
Yeah, in teacher consulting, 30 seconds in the hallway. Hey, here's where I'm at. Where are you at? Okay. So one thing I've started doing is taking a webcam with me and hooking it up to the computer so you can watch, and we'll hook a laptop up to it in the break room if there is a break room. So one, it's an educational tool as well, but two, they know where I'm at in the process. So they know it's like, okay, they brought in the third party. So that's been helpful lately.
Me and Mike had this funny idea to get the same watches, the smart watches, where we can send text and bring them to watch real quick. So then look like that.
Yeah, not doing too much.
Yeah.
Yep.
So you know what, you know, we're at the process of together as a single office. Just be nice to say, hey, they're 30 minutes late. The next one's 30 minutes late. You can see that on the watch.
Well, and this is something though. I will say I've done this before, and be careful doing this. Is as the consultant and you're behind and you start looking at your watch.
Yeah.
Right? And
you gotta be very sly on it.
Yeah, you gotta be very sly.
Every time you look at your watch, they look to like, oh,
do I need to leave? Am I done?
Yeah.
Right? And they're aware of their time, and I don't want them aware of any time. Right? So I want them lost in this appointment. All right, that's why I don't typically like a clock right behind me if I'm the consultant.
Oh, yeah.
Right, because then they're, oh my gosh, we've been here for 2 hours. I didn't think it was going to take that long. And you're like, I got 30 more minutes with you. Hold on, friend. So,
Very well.
yeah, I'll take all the time I need. We're going to handle all these objections.
Another fun one we an audio clip. Set it in the room and have the consultant wear one hearing aid so he can hear the pace that's going on in the back.
Yeah.
Sean Murphy do that and it was genius.
Yeah, I've left my phone as the basically the live mic hooked up to hearing aids, so then they can again use that as an educational tool and see where we're at. It also gives you some good intel. They're like, that person said this. You know, you can hear, well, we need to go to Costco, and you don't just jump in there and be like, hey, we need to go. You guys, this is how Costco is different than us. Right, you have to smoothly integrate it, so it's like, if you just get into this conversation, yes, but not really. Let me smoothly segue into this. All right, so you are behind and the patient you're with has a lot of questions. How do you control the energy? What do you do? How do you handle if they have a lot of comments and questions? Because time is not important to them. They just got out of COVID into a senior care home. They're just now allowed to be out and they just want to talk and take their time. And you're behind.
Someone like you I could talk with all day, but I still have a lot I need to educate you on before we can move forward in this process. So if you have some questions, try and save them until we get to the end, because I might answer them along the way.
Shut your face.
Shut your face.
Pretty much.
How else?
Acknowledge it real quick, hit it, and then get them back on track of your process and where we're going.
It's very easy to be disrespectful when they just are asking stupid questions or wanting to talk a lot. You're like, well, I just told you that. But obviously, if we do that, we're going to burn bridges, right? And so acknowledging it, yeah, absolutely. And then let's get back on track this way. How else would you do it?
You know, they always say there's no stupid questions, but that one was. Can we
Yeah.
carry on now?
Yeah.
No?
I really didn't think that you could ask any dumber question. You continue to baffle me, John.
What, honestly, the key for me is I have an internal clock that's going in my mind all the time. I know how much time I can BS and where I can cut it later, and I keep that going in the back of my head. And when it gets to the point where we tight on time, they need to start steering the conversation through motivational interviewing, through subject changes, and you steer them and navigate. And for lack of a better description, you're manipulating the time. You're making sure that you're hitting your targets, hitting your. You got to know where you are in the appointment timing. And if it comes to a point where you have to take that little bit of extra time on your Monday morning meeting, you prep the consultant to know that if I go past my 30-minute. Because when you start on the hour every hour, you have 30 minutes of testing, you hand them off, and I get an hour. Then I'm ready at 10:30. So you have an hour. So if I go past that 30 mark, build rapport, do this, so I know he can take them for another hour, another half hour, giving me the time to recover, and then I'll just make it up on the next couple of appointments and we'll be okay. So, but having that already planned is hugely important too. But if it comes to a point where you have to spend an extra hour with a patient, a bird in the hand is always better than two in the bush. If you rush through, you'll lose that one, and you won't get the next one because you're flustered.
And again, controlling the energy and controlling your body language, because doing this, and those are simple things that you didn't say anything, you didn't even notice that you're doing it. But it's just, something that we do, our body language, that I know I gotta go, and pretty soon I'm doing this the whole time, and they're like, wow, you got somewhere you go. You look down at your watch, you're talking faster, you're leaning in more. Those are things that they can feel like I'm trying to hurry you up. So your internal dialogue needs to say, slow down, right? And you need to control this, even, again, might be chaos all the way around, but you have to internally say, slow down. I could talk to you all day. Obviously, you didn't come here just to BS with me. Let's focus on get you here and better. Let me do something real quick. And these are times where I will quickly glance at the computer, the programming. I look at the bottom right-hand corner, what time am I at? So they don't notice I'm looking at the time. They don't notice that I quickly click on CycleNet to see where my schedule's at, if I had an opening or what's going on. But I'm quickly looking at that, and then I'm going into Noah or Harmony and then doing that. But I'm doing it in a way where they can't. Or that I'm doing this, right? I'm doing it in such a subtle way they don't realize it, and I'm making sure that I talk to them in that same calm voice, even though it's crazy outside, there's an appointment waiting, there's an appointment in the next room, this person's asking a lot of questions, let's focus, right? And just calm down. So
Another great way to point it out without making it about them being the issue or about you running out of time is you can simply say something. I'm sorry, we told you it was going to be an hour and a half. We're an hour and a half appointment, and the rate we're going to be here all day, and I'm loving every minute of it. But I don't want to take too much of your time, So put it on. We're wasting their time by chatting too much.
a lot of times they'll even say, yeah, you're probably real busy.
Yep. And it opens the door for them to go, oh, yeah, well, my time, but yours might be. And then they start going, oh, okay. They get the hint without being offensive.
Well, and you can even sometimes say, events like this, just due to the nature of people wanting to spend time with, myself being the expert with technology and being able to pull some strings on the cost side of things, it's a crazy busy week, as you've already noticed, depending on when they came in. If they're halfway through the day, as you've already seen, it's crazy busy. You're really easy to talk to. We've already had some laughter. I could honestly talk to you all day. Unfortunately, they don't allow me to do that. They book me every hour on the hour.
One other thing that goes in
They're working me to death.
Yeah, I don't need to get lunch.
One other thing that works amazingly well is if you find that majority of your conversation has been about cars or about hunting or about something that has completely nothing to do with hearing aids, if you were able to chat with a stranger that long about a common interest and haven't even talked about health yet, and they're just going on and on and on, you say, you know what, I'm so sorry I just wasted your time. You came here for hearing health. Let's get down to business. Is that okay? Yeah. You have a hearing loss. This is what you need. Sign here.
Yeah.
You have so much rapport with them, they'll be, okay. And then they'll start talking about cars again. We move on.
So Stanford did a study, and they found when they were researching and interviewing all kinds of different salespeople, that those that were their top 20% of salespeople compared to the rest, they spent more time on building rapport and relationships. And when you are in open houses, your time is very easy to just dive right into, okay, here's your hearing loss, here's your hearing needs, especially if you've been double booked and you grabbed a spouse. You have to remember to first build a relationship. And you can do that very quick too, right? Where you walk in and you just notice something, oh, I love those glasses. Something small is a compliment, where did you get those from? Where that person's like, oh yeah, I got them here. Wow, that's awesome.
I always try to have a little rule like that. Let's just say one nice thing about the person in front of you. Whatever it is.
Yep.
And the spouse.
Yep,
Yeah,
and spouse. Yep.
You haven't said that, then
My one common question, one of the first questions I get asked, and it makes it a little bit more difficult because, with Nate, what?
Are you Superman?
Is
Clark Kent?
the first question I ask is I ask the patient where you're from. And that, they just start talking. It's open-ended questions. So where are you from? As I'm doing something, as I'm entering the hearing loss, oh, I'm from here. Oh, awesome. So you've seen this place really grow. Or it just allows me.
Why is it difficult with me? Because I asked the same question.
He has the same question. I trained him though, and it's like, I heard them say they're from, this area, so now I got to find a different question, and it's just so ingrained in me. I'm like, damn.
So, quick question: How do you guys do demos? Because all my prior experience with open houses have been with an outside, so we're doing all the first setting up the demos. So,
and then send them off to the
closer. Or we kind of we send them off to the closer, get the demos ready, bring them back in. Okay, we're all ready. Gives them a little bit more time to do the rapport and everything. But either way, do you guys does the consultant or does the closer or
it's honestly a mix,
right?
Just depending on the timing,
right?
I'd say probably 80% of the time you're probably doing it, right?
Yeah, I'd say 100% I demo.
100%.
You
probably
do the
80%.
fitting, decide what
Me?
dome or sleeve.
I I kind of consultant prefers more than anything, but I'd say it's like 70-30 me that's setting up the demo. Sometimes, if you're running behind, the consultant will do it. If there's a reason to do it, but I know there for a while, Dex, when I go work with him, he was setting up a lot of the demos, and we were just trying it for, there's always ways to grow and learn. It's like, well, maybe this would work better, and it did. And then we switched back and forth. I mean, I would really do what the consultant's comfortable with.
Let's say depend on that consultant.
Yeah,
their
depends on the
experience.
consultant.
If you know they're going to have a good fit, where if it's someone new, I don't want them putting double domes on.
Yeah, that's true.
With every consultant, it is going to be different. One of the reasons why I do 100% of the demo is if there's any extra time beyond the test, I want them building rapport. I don't want them doing anything but building rapport beyond the test. And then when I get them, before they put hearing aids in their ears, or if they're wearing their old hearing aids, I give them a circle of understanding right away. So before we start, let me see how you're hearing. I'll give them a circle of understanding. And what I found is when they're demoed in the other room, they come in, I can't do the comparison. I can't do the how were you hearing before compared to how you're hearing now, what's the improvement. My voice is different than the lady who set them up in the other room, or, so I like to have the ability to do that. The other thing is I found that if you over-occlude on the demo, you have a much more of an aha moment. You can counsel through the and that will be taken care of in the fitting process. But when you occlude a little bit heavier for the demo the day of the sale, the patient's going to have a much more responsive. They're going to have a richer, a deeper sound. They're going to have a lot better quality sound. And it's going to give you a lot more of a knowledge of what their potential is. So I like to do that for that reason.
When you guys are doing open houses, you're going to have to choose your own. And it can work both ways. And I would say if you feel more comfortable doing the demo, do it. Obviously, you've heard 3 different people. Majority of the time, we do the demos. But every now and then, for myself, I'm relying on one of the other people to do the demos. And again, I'm trusting them based on their skill level. So if you go into an office where it's a new consultant, you might not have them do it. You want to do 100% of them. If it's somebody that's skilled and you're backed up on time and you don't have the time to do it, then you can have them do it. So it can work both ways. It is not set in stone. Now, kind of what he was saying is they come in and they've already somewhat, gotten used to amplification. The one way that you can work around that is you can just take it out and talk to them for a couple minutes. So now they're going unaided for a few minutes. A lot of times they're like, wow, yeah, I noticed the difference. I know. I actually want to do another test here in just a second, but let me, take a look at some things. And as I'm talking to them, it just gets them used to not hearing again. And then I do the circle of understanding. So there's a key with the circle of understanding. Do you have an audiogram? You all printed? Yeah. So the circle of understanding, you guys all aware of that? Yeah. Are there times you don't use it? And do you have, well, not in our group, do you have a number that you don't do it? Meaning a certain amount of hearing loss that you won't do it.
There are times when it's a real high frequency that I would shy away from it because if they're hearing me really well, they're going to get 100% anyway. So
yeah. So we have a number in mind that I won't do it unless it's this amount or worse. For you guys, the circle of understanding, Aaron's passing it out right now. I'm actually going to. We'll get more for you.
Yeah, there's certain circumstances where the circle of understanding can really shoot you in the foot.
Yeah.
And it's in.
Or you do
Yeah.
Yep. So the circle of understanding is this, and this is one of my favorite tests. I use this. This is my golden goose. I love it. But I will not do it if I see that they're 40 decibels or better at 2K. If they're above 40 decibels at 2K, I won't use it. So it needs to be said, if they do if they're at 40 dB, if their bone scores are at 30, there's a good chance that they get them right. And there's some consultants, Nate is one of them, that has a very bolsterous voice that people tend to get them better. You have to learn to modulate that. And you don't want to be talking to them like this before you do this. I'm going to give you 10 words.
And then you have to be really careful with the circle of understanding, because if they're in denial, you're just going to push them more into denial if you do this improperly. And even if they're in really bad denial, even at 50 dB at 2K, I won't even touch the circle of understanding unless I put background noise on behind them. That can make all the world of difference. But if they're in denial and you're having trouble getting out of them,
well, and that would be the perfect person if you have this spouse and she's got a female voice.
Use their
that
voice.
You use their voice. And be careful with this too, though, because I've seen spouses where they start out and it's like, say the word chew.
Let's start talking
Shoe.
louder.
Twins.
And they'll repeat. You have to be careful of how you tell them.
No, deaf. And it's like, well, is that how you always talk? So you'll have to coach the spouse on how to do this properly. And also, I have some spouses that are so loving and supportive that they want their significant other to do really well. So the more they miss, the louder they talk. And then by, say the word blue.
Like my shirt.
Blue. My shirt. Blue.
Don't cheat.
Yeah. My favorite are the spouses that they go twins, and they get to right now. Try making it worse.
Yeah, because they want to get. So sometimes you'll have to, again, you just have to adjust and accommodate based on what's going on. So 40 dB or worse is my typical go-to. And if they do well, I can adjust and be like, quiet rooms, you do just perfectly fine. And then that's a lot of times where I'll put on that background noise and I'll do that quick send just to show, wow, background noise is really tough for you. But I write down the words that they said below, and then a lot of times I'll do it with their eyes open. And that's where I expand upon that, especially if they're not giving me any ammunition. They're not saying that they're having a lot of difficulties. I can use that and dive deep into this. What this tells me, this test is called the Circle of Understanding. And what this tells me is I should be able to get 100% 30 or 40 feet away from you. I was 3, 4, 5 feet away from you, and you got 40%. So what this tells me is that if I'm further away from you, if your spouse is in the kitchen, walking away from you, you're not getting it. That same test with your eyes open, those same words with your eyes open, you got 90%. That's a 50% improvement. But that tells me that you're having a lot of difficulty with these masks. You have to be able to see people's lips moves. Is that accurate? And almost always you're like, yeah, that's true. So that tells me that if you're in a restaurant with a group of people, that you're having to really focus and pay attention. All right, if we're in a quiet room and you're getting 40%, if there's any background noise, forget it. Yeah, background noise. Well, let's get you hearing better. And that, again, I can dive even deeper into that if I want, but that one test can pack a powerful punch.
One of my favorite things to do as well is when you have a profound high frequency loss, but really good lows, you give the list, say the word else. Elk. And the wife's getting concerned and you go, hold on a second. I'm going to raise my voice a little bit just to make sure. Okay, go ahead. Elf! And they're like, elf. And the wife's like, what? I say, see, louder isn't the issue. It's clarity that you need. And that takes you right into the restaurant.
Yeah, there's multiple ways to do the circle of understanding. You can do it eyes closed, eyes open. You can do it aided. If they have older technology and you see their hearing loss is at a point where it would benefit them to have that test done. And you can also do it like Jared says. I don't usually yell it like that, but there are certain words that I will just do it louder and louder, and I'll say else, elf, else, elk, else, and help, else, health. Next word. And that's where it's like, I said that 4 times and you got 4 different answers. And if they are in denial, agreeing with them is going to calm them down. You're right. You can hear just fine. Every time I said that word, you heard a word, but it wasn't the right word. When I said this, you said that. When I said this, you said that. When I said this, you said that. It's only 1 or 2 letters different from I'm going to bake a cake to make it break. And now you're having completetly different conversations.
It's a good thing to disarm them if they're in denial. And what Jared just said is, you can create a lot of urgency and say, this type of loss is really dangerous for guys. I can say, because I'm a guy, we're stubborn, right? And you're trying to poke fun at yourself and them at the same time. And you've already you got to build rapport before you pull something like that. Then you can say, you hear volume just fine, but you don't understand what anybody's saying. And it's a quick way to get them out of denial and create urgency.
The other thing I like to do is start pointing out all the problems they're having in their marriage because of it. I bet you tell me you're going to take a break and he thinks you're going to bake a cake. Then you go in the kitchen and he's like, where's the cake? And you say, what cake? And he gets frustrated because he heard and they start laughing and go, he's been watching us, honey.
Oh, yeah. those are funny conversations.
I got another question.
Yeah.
How often do you switch between the else and then you put the demos in and you go, what, book? They get them all right. So
Well, majority of the time I'm not doing the same words because I did them with their eyes closed and their eyes open. So
that's what I'm saying.
And don't go high frequency, low frequency. They'll catch on that.
Yeah.
That's why you use the phonetically balanced list.
Yeah. Random words in here.
Okay.
So that's usually how I do it, and that's tends to be why I'm doing it eyes closed and eyes open. 1, so I can create more pain of saying you have to look at people when you're talking to them. That's why when your wife is walking away from you, you don't understand it, right? But now that I've done it twice, I don't want to do that same word list a 3rd time. You know exactly what words I'm saying.
Yeah.
So if this, I'll just do that. Or 40% to a 96, and that's kind of how I'm going about that.
And to prove a point, have confidence in technology. Give them the high frequency list with his hearing aids in, and then hit the mute button and give it to them the other half, and they'll go from 80% to 0 because it's the high frequency list. And tell them no matter what list I pick, there's going to be a difference. So don't be afraid. Trust the technology. You don't have to be tricky. Play it straight up. It'll work.
Well, and there's times where I'll get up and I'll walk and I'll say, repeat after me, say the word blue. Right? Cars. And I'm walking around the room and I'm like, were you able to understand all that? Yeah. You got them all right. Could you tell? One other great thing about the hearing aids when you have hearing loss, especially when it's off kilter, is your directionality is impaired. The sound happens and you have a difficult time telling where that sound came from. What's nice is if I get your hearing balanced, not only can you hear at a further distance and things are more clear, but you'll also be able to tell where sounds are coming from a lot better. Oh, so it's not just stimulation, it's balance, it's what are all of the other things that these hearing aids can do? Right, they give you more awareness, they depth perception, directionality, right? All of these things add value to my safety, security, right? And these are all stories that we've heard of, how the hearing aids can improve. And it was a really cool experience. I was in Port Angeles, Washington, 42-year-old patient. I've been telling the story more recently. Take this story and use it as your own. Military individual, an IED went off near him, lost his hearing, had a concussion. His hearing is all wonky. Came in, we got hearing aids in his ears, and he was walking around talking to his wife through the hearing aids. He thought that was so cool to be able to talk to her through the hearing aids, but he came back and said, I noticed that my balance is improving. He's like, I can tell where things are at better, my awareness is better, and now it's the reason why we love telling stories is because my 42-year-old is telling you, hey, get these hearing aids because it will improve their balance. So I'm looking for cues as well. Do they that's more important to be able to hear well, especially for balance. You know, being able to tell where sounds are coming from. These are all vital things to keep you overall healthy, right? That's how I use the circle of understanding. Any questions on the circle of understanding?
So do you start out like at 5 and then you just keep?
No, I don't even go further.
Or you just go 40?
No, no. Sometimes I look right in front of them.
Yeah.
And
then just give them the
yeah, I'm just giving them the words like this distance, and again, this is where you just stepped out, Nate.
You're doing that walking thing. The patient's eyes are closed, right?
Eyes are closed. Yeah. So this is the one thing I was saying when you left is that sometimes the consultants were so used to talking louder for people with hearing loss, we have to control that because there's some people that with your voice they're going to do a lot better than with my voice.
That's why I don't like to use the spouse sometimes too, because sometimes the spouse is like they didn't hear it, so the next one they'll say louder and louder. Test, and now you're like, oh well, kind of shot myself in the foot there.
Yep. But I'm just doing it at this distance and say the word chew, twins, else. But this is where I can also get a lot of spouses too, right? How many do you think you got right? Well, I think I got 7 out of 10. How many did he get right? I don't know.
I said, if you're not hearing my voice well, then I know in a noisy situation or with a softer talker or a faster talker or maybe a woman or a kid, you're probably really struggling. And they always go, yep.
Well, and you can make those assumptions too looking at their hearing loss. Typically, people with your type of hearing loss tend to complain about da 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 da. Is that pretty accurate? Yeah, it is, and they'll usually understand it. So if they're not giving you pain points, sometimes you have to pull pain points out of them. But yeah, when I'm doing it with now hearing aids in their ears, I can do it at the same distance. Sometimes I'll get up, walk around the room. But again, now my demeanor is changing because they're doing better, right? Had a real powerful one this bilateral hearing loss. Individuals got left was at 25 across the board, and he sent the consultant sent the patient home with demos. He came back and goes, I put it in, took it out, didn't really notice that it was making much of a difference. And now the person, this is the difference between selling one hearing aid and two. That quick sin, I had him do background noise, 0 hearing aids, right one only, now both, and drastic improvement, right? He went from 5 out of 30 to 8 out of 30 with just the left one to 22 out of 30 with both of them.
Or turning one off, turning the bad ear off, and they're like, oh, the bad ear is too bad. It's like, okay, well, turn it off, talk to them, turn it back on. Well, that did sound a lot better. Yeah, you can still get help over there.
Yep. And we'll go over some of the tools here in a minute. With the audiogram, it's just I'm not getting too complicated in this. Keep it simple. Our ears catch the sound, send the sound down into this inner part of our ear, that snail-like structure called the cochlea. We have these nerves that basically they're supposed to catch the sound, send it to our brain, and then our brain takes place. Those nerves, loud sound, getting older, hereditary reasons, they start to fall over, so they stop sending the information to your brain. And I'm typically drawing like slashed lines so your brain can hear certain sounds but not other sounds. And then your brain is trying to fill in the missing puzzle pieces. And that's why we have to say, look at me, honey, and you're trying to get those visual cues. Now, a big part of the reason why they recommend, or it is recommended, not I recommend, take me out of it, right? A big reason why it's recommended to get help sooner than later is we can't regrow those nerves. We only have what we have until those nerves are gone. Once those nerves are gone, it doesn't matter. Again, price condition if you haven't done it. It doesn't matter if you spend $8,000, $10,000, $12,000 on hearing aids. They're not going to work. We're going to have to do a cochlear implant. Oh, I don't want to do that. Yeah, I know. It's a lot more spending at that point, right? Again, I'm setting that bar here. I'm coming under it. The other real important reason why they tell people they want to get help sooner than later is your hearing can affect our equilibrium. your brain that does the hearing and sound processing is also where short-term memory comes in. And you've heard the old saying, and this is where Curtis does a great job. I had this patient telling me, hold on, let me reenact.
You look better doing it.
I had this patient telling me this morning, what's that old saying? If you don't use it, you lose it. Yeah, that's the one. Yeah, like all things, if you don't use it, you lose it. Any muscle or any nerve in your body, if you're not using it, you lose it. But just stepping into character, right? And they're involved in that conversation. How did I do?
That looks really
That
good.
does take his glass out. You've watched him do it. I've seen him do it, but I never realized it.
I become a country bumpkin. I know exactly what's going to happen 5 steps in advance, but they have no clue.
So this is the thing. I love doing this. Like, I study the hell out of people. Like, not just, how he takes his glasses off. It's that thing, and it's a slow takeoff. And there's that looking up because he's curious. What was that saying?
Recall memory.
Yeah, he's like, what was that saying? What? I had a patient this morning that told me this. Thinking man, right? Puts the glasses here, and he's like, what is? Right, but those are the things that I remember when I was watching Aaron, and this is why I pay attention to the little things. I'm watching Aaron when I'm new, and he doesn't even realize that he does this. He is a teddy bear, right? And he just loves on his patients, which I love, and the emotional aspect of it. And I'm watching him because he's doing well. And I'm like, hey, I'm a student as well. You watch, and I'll give you any feedback on if there's things that I can see that you can do better, and then I'll do the same thing. You watch me. If you see that there's room for improvement, that's putting your ego aside because you're supposed to be the closer, right? Put your ego aside and be willing to learn and get better. So I had him listen to me, and I watched and listened to him, and he's talking to him, and he goes, "Oh." But that one thing, I don't know if you guys noticed it, but it was this. Created an emotional connection of empathy, right? I care about you. Right? Again, chaos could be ensuing all around you, and you gotta go. But just that simple head tilt and say, I can see how this is really affecting you. That they're like, wow, he really cares. Right? But that body language is stuff that I love, those little things, not just what you say. When I was first training Nate, I gave him the script as best as I could, and he memorized it because when we did insurance sales back in the day, that's how they trained us. So he memorized this script, verbatim. And I'm like, holy crap, this guy sounds just like a mirroring image of me. But it was different because he did it with his head up, and he's just like a presentation like this. I said, I just don't feel an emotional connection. I said, do this. Tilt your head slightly and lean in a little bit. And he does the same script, and I was like, oh man, I feel that. And that's what we want, is it's a feeling. People buy based on what? Emotion. They justify it logically. Our job is to get them and take them on that emotional journey, right? And you can create that with a pause, with a sigh, right? And those are the little things that I want you to pay attention in your speech, but also pay attention to them as well. When you guys are trying these different ways of handling objections, pay attention to how they respond. I've had to make adjustments because I said something in the wrong tone of voice, that when I altered my tone of voice and my body language, it landed much better.
Well, people can tell if you're scripted. If you're just saying the motions to say the motions, and someone says something and then you know exactly what to say back, if you just spout it right out, they're like, man, this is a good sales guy. And you'll get at the end to be like, you taught me a lot, that type of thing, right? But if you simply just pause and try to make it seem like you're curtailing your answer to them and their problem, it makes a huge difference. People know if you're just spouting out an answer because you answered a million times. It's kind of like, I don't know if anybody's been to the doctor lately, but you can tell if the doctor cares or if they're just doing their job.
What are the signs that you guys feel if you go to a doctor and you sense that he doesn't care? What are those things that the doctor's doing?
They're looking at their paperwork.
They're looking at the paperwork.
Yeah, I'm just going check.
Check.
They don't ask
Typing
you
in the
any
computer.
personal questions.
eye contact is
No,
huge.
not even eye contact, I was just saying.
Yeah, oh man, it's frustrating me that they're asking questions and typing the whole time, and I'm like, hey, I'm right here, you know, and that eye contact is so critical.
It's interesting how, sorry.
Oh, go ahead, Nate.
Elon Musk, when he talks, you ask him a question, it's like an awkward pause before he responds. But I feel like it almost makes you feel like he's more intelligent, like he's really put some thought into his answer, right? So, yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah, and when you take a second to pull a story out, even if you know what that story is instantly, you want to use in the situation, which you know, it makes it seem to the patient like you're trying to remember a story that fits their issue, not just this is a scripted response. I know you said that, I'm going to say this. And for God's sakes, let them ask their question. Don't
cut them off.
Don't cut them off. You're running behind. You get up against the clock and you don't think about this stuff. That's why, like what I said, what Jared said just a few minutes ago, stop. Slow down in your head. Make sure they know you know what you're doing. But at the same time, make sure they know it's about them and not just, yeah, I know what we need to do.
That was a big thing that I had to learn over the years of doing open houses. When I got behind, I would talk faster and my close rate would go down. And again, it's just learning and adjusting and realizing that it's like, okay, where can I cut things? Where do I need to slow? The most important part when you're talking slow is when you're going over the prices. When you know it well enough where you can just rattle it off, but that's the point where you need to slow down and talk slow and be confident in your prices. And when I'm going over those, I need to make sure I'm not saying, so here's what the prices are, and right now, if you get this during this week, you get an extra $2,000 off. But if you were to get it,
There's
you know,
more.
then, yeah, you don't process, right?
It's not what you say, it's how you say it.
Exactly.
And when
Yeah.
you say it.
That's the hard part, is the timing to train, but that a lot is learned through experience and being open to learning and coachable. But yeah, that's critical. All right, next scenario, you got a couple in your office. The wife knows that he needs the help. She's supportive and she is frustrated, but he is constantly joking around. He's in denial. He doesn't think it's that bad. How do you handle this and how do you create more urgency?
Well, sometimes I use a statistic. It's I think it's divorce rates. The number one reason for divorce is that the other person doesn't feel like they're listened to or heard.
I'd say that was finished.
But I've tied to that a lot differently. But
Do-
I've walked my way into that one. But
That's a good one. Do you also say it outside of financial issues, or do you?
What's that?
Do you say outside of financial issues the main reason why they get divorced?
Was that the real main reason?
Yeah, that down.
His financials.
You really have to phrase that just right.
The right time, the right. You got
Yeah,
a
that's
good rapport.
timing.
Yeah, it's a very, very sensitive one to use. Yeah, it's not gonna use it all the time. That's for sure.
Well, we're really about to get a divorce.
Yeah. Sometimes you'll literally have then the spouse goes, yeah, I'm almost there. I've seen it. Sometimes that happens and boom, there's your pain. You know, you got it. So, but I mean, again, you have to be very, very cautious on that.
How else would you do it?
Go, I'm noticing this is bothering you. How is it affecting you? And a lot of times they'll go back to that kind of joking and go, it doesn't. And that's an onion that you just want to keep peeling until you get to where they go, I recognize it's affecting other people. And then we got to figure out if that bothers them, that their problem is starting to affect other people.
And
Your
that's
boss is like bad breath. They're the last one to notice.
Well,
I hear that all the time.
Yeah.
That's a story that I tell about my uncle. My uncle's got very severe hearing loss, and I tell this story all the time just because it's good to build connection. And I'll say, watching my uncle do this. But if we were walking away from him, he'd say, you know, it's because you're walking away. It's the TV's just not good these days. Too much background noise. I can hear you. You're just not speaking clear. And I can understand that because for you, this is the hearing side, and I'm showing an audiogram. This is where you hear, and I typically will write you hear over here, right? And you got the volume, and I'll say, you know, your wife's volume hasn't gone down. She's talking just as loud as she always has, but it just doesn't seem like she's talking clearly, right? So this is, in kind of the same sentence that Curtis said earlier, I love that. This is one of the most dangerous types of hearing loss because in their mind it's not them. It's everyone and everything else but the person. And it's such a slow and gradual process, but, you know, watching my aunt and uncle, you know, he would say it the third time, and this is where you want to insert a joke or the part of that story, where she'd say, or I'll even say, I would do this, is, you know, hey, will you help me take out the trash? Huh? Take out the trash! Well, quit hollering at me. Well, what do you want me to do? And a lot of times you'll get laughter out of that. You know, they were in our house. Yeah, that happens all the time. You know, and sometimes that guy's still joking, and I will tell him, look, it's one of the cool parts about when I got my uncle hearing aids is I found that my aunt was probably happier than he was. It made a big difference in his life, but it made an even bigger difference in everyone else's life around them. And that's where he's like, okay, it's not about me, it's about other people too.
I like have Dex change that just a little bit. Tell them how you tell everybody the same story about the cash, the trash and cash.
Oh,
It's very similar.
trash cash, yeah. When I'm going over like audiogram for joking or something like that, you know, I'll go, you know, it's just like you may hear, you know, hey, you need to go take out the trash. What? You need some cash? Like, no, take out the trash. They do want your cash, but you also need to take out the trash too.
When he uses his grandpa's.
Caroline Mailfigure, it's the husband, right? Caroline Mailfigure, which is obviously your father, my dad. I tell this story all the time, saying my dad's just like you. He's a very happy, fun-go-lucky, you know, always smiling, having a great time. But it was really hard and hurtful when we'd be sitting there and the waitress would come by and crack a joke and everyone's laughing. And I can look in his face and I can see, you know, he didn't get the joke. He's just fake laughing, you know, and that's painful, you know. So then kind of bring it back to him.
Oh yeah, and I would use a similar story about my uncle. We'd all tell a joke or a story, everyone's laughing, and he's sitting there trying to fake that he heard it. And you could see it on his face. And he tries to look down at his food to avoid somebody asking him a question. And I just realized that it was more about his quality of life than anything. Because we'd go home and we'd have coffee and, you know, dessert at his house. And he'd go in the other room and watch TV because he couldn't keep up with the conversation. And this is one of the reasons why I love doing this, is it doesn't just make a difference in else's life. You know, they're missing out on the stories and the jokes, you know, saying, you know, when you were a kid, you used to do this. You did? No way. And that ties them into the story of getting help as well.
I also say I use the same story about my dad and grandbabies or grandkids.
Are you guys related?
Yeah. We do a lot of fishing in our family and stuff, and so I tell them that, you know, if I'm going to trust my dad, he's going to go here are my kids and be able to take them to go do that stuff. So just
there's so many different ways you have to tie that story into it, safety-wise.
Yeah.
You know, I tell a story of a grandma that got hearing aids just so she could safely hear when she was driving. You know, the grandkids in the back, you know, they don't talk real loud, so not only do I want to hear them, but I want to hear where the siren's at. You know, it seems like it's a lot further away when you have hearing loss.
I always talk about too, getting people their independence back.
Yeah.
Use that, you know, if that's, you know, part of their issue.
Any other ways that you would bring some more urgency to the person?
I mean, when you're that's how far down they can go. I mean, they usually wait for their low tones are too far down, and their high frequencies are way too far. We can't come with the hearing yet, so I do urgency that way.
So explaining the audiogram, the anatomy, and all that stuff is powerful. Make sure that you control your laughter too. This person might be funny. He might have some jokes. This is where it's saying is like, it is, I will say you were very funny, and there's a lot of laughter here until hearing loss gets to a certain point. And one of the reasons why this is the most dangerous types of hearing loss is they tend to wait the longest to get help. And I will say that in 10 years of doing this, and you can throw out how many years you've been doing it, or in the years I've been doing this, it's no longer as funny down the road when they wait until their hearing loss is too bad. And no matter what hearing aid they get, they could spend $8,000, $10,000, $12,000 if you have a price condition yet, and they still can't hear well. And now the wife is frustrated, the guy is frustrated that he wished he would have gotten help sooner. And it's just one of those things that it's an insidious around loud noises. You hear so well here, so you don't think it's a problem. You can hear just fine. But if we lose the ability to hear those high tones, imagine taking every S and T and CH out of the book. How difficult would that be to read? Right? Imagine trying to hear a conversation like this every time, and that's what you hear. You get the vowels, but you can't get the consonants. Right? The shoe should fit. Sometimes I'll draw that for a person and underline the consonants. Right? And then that same sentence is et, u, it. That's how you would hear et, u, it.
But I mean, you're talking about body language again. For me personally, I always smile no matter what, but I noticed that after I make a difference, after I grab their test, and I quit smiling and make it a lot serious, it's 10 times more effective.
Yeah, and this is one thing that we had this consultant called Vandergiggles, because he would laugh the entire way. If you had a patient that was joking the whole time, he would laugh the whole time. And we had to say, hey, you have to get serious. You have to control the laughter. And it's no longer funny when you see how bad their hearing loss is, because if you let this, statistically speaking, they're another 5 to 7 years before they look at getting help. All right, so if I just look at what we do is so important to getting this family help and keeping this family together, because if I let this person walk out without getting help, again, statistically speaking, we're not getting him help for another 5 to 7 years. And what's his hearing loss going to be like then?
Yeah, and then also hearing the same thing twice too can help try to knock that out a little bit, the joking stuff. Because here's the first time this is down to this for test. And here's the first time it's like, oh, it's just one guy, but then he goes and sees the next guy and says the same thing, and it's like, oh, sometimes I can kick that out a little bit too.
So one of the things I use real quickly is I use my tone generator on my phone. They have a really bad, profound high frequency box. We'll be laughing, and I'll turn my tone generator on my phone and it does a sweep, and I'll have the wife and everyone in the room, or even if the wife can't hear very well, bring someone else in the room. But basically, I'll create the sound, and I'll say, everybody in the room, raise your hand when it stops making noise. And I started.
I didn't get that. That was a good one.
And you all hear that sound, and then they're like,
Stop.
and everybody else is like, well, you don't hear that anymore? And he's like, ha, you guys are playing with me. For real? Is it still making sound? And the wife's like going like this, yeah, you don't hear that? And it kind of snaps me into reality, and then I'll just sit there. It actually did stop. But it'll kind of snap me into reality for a second, and I say, and I'll turn to the wife, and I'll speak about him in front of him. I'll say, there's two types of patients that have a severe loss like this. The type that will dominate conversation so that they know what's going on, or the type that will laugh and joke about everything to hide their pain. He may not know he's doing that, but that's exactly what he's doing. So don't worry, he's not doing it intentionally. It's not even anything on his character. It's just what's happening. I'll turn to the patient and say, you have a serious need. And your laughter, unfortunately, it is a coping mechanism for you. But the sooner we treat, the more likelihood we can't help you. The longer you take this lightly, the more problems we're going to have. And then I really try and dive in and get them to, and then I the severe, when they're around family, they feel like a houseplant. They're in the room, but they're not part of the conversation. How many years have you been without your family? And you can read their body language, they're starting to, oh shit. And often by digging like that, you can actually get them to cheer up, because the ones that laugh a lot will also cry a lot. So if you can get them from that laughter to cry, they cry, or they cry, they buy. So that's one way to kind of snap them out of it, is say, hey, look, this is something serious.
Well, even if they don't realize it, you can use a line like, you have to work so hard to keep up with the conversation. And again, sometimes they just don't realize it. One question Curtis asked is on a scale of 1 to 10, isn't it?
Yeah. there's different times I'll put it in, but like if someone's in strong denial, I get them to laugh about it too, with the bad breath line that Spencer mentioned earlier. That, a lot of, but to get to like what you were talking about with the 1 to 10, if I think a guy's in denial, and especially for spouses, I'll sit them down immediately after I've got some rapport, and I'll say, on a scale from 1 to 10, how good do you think your hearing is? 10 being the best, or however you want to say it. And if I can tell if they're denial, because they'll say 10, right? Like, oh, I'm doing great. And then I kind of just look at the wife, and I'm like, and I look down at the test, and I look at the wife again, and she's like, yeah, it's a 3, or it's a 1, or I don't even usually have to say anything. The spouse will be like, I'm sick of it. And it opens the door to the spouse being involved. It's a light conversation still, because I haven't even said anything still. I'm just kind of like looking at him like, but before you pull something like that or say something like that, after I've got some rapport, I'll look at the test and I'll say, man, I can see why you're here. And instantly and then they're like, well, what's going on? And I still have to show them the test, and I'm trying to get them like very, very intrigued and concerned about it. And then if I sense certain denial, then I'll use that.
Some great one-liners in there. Break. Just say the one last thing, the hearing loss simulator.
Yeah.
Huge.
Yeah, hearing loss simulator in Harmony 2.
Harmony 2.
The main page. So we'll dive into it. Start at 3.
Real quick before we do that, a little presentation. Steve Howe, these are actually custom-made Oreos for you. And on the Oreos, it says right there, Health Services Miracle Ear, $1 million.
Hey!
I'll take one. I'm not even
Did you bring it up to the whole class?
No, it's for him. He's the mayor.
Of course you can.
That's
right above my desk.
Free TVs I have in my office. They all
So what the
surround the
CT
same.
does, hearing test with that physical environment, so you get actual hearing thresholds in that environment. And then the algorithm adjusts for that. So it's a way of looking at this chair.
Oh, it doesn't work that. This chair's really good. I haven't found one. I've seen if you find where they'll put their feet.
I would use the Jason
This person is like me, right? Italians, they talk with their hands, right? So if I have an Italian with me, you can change how you communicate slightly to alter to get them to be like, wow, I trust you. And that is the key thing that we're looking for. Connection. Because I'm not going to buy hearing aids from a person that I don't feel like I can trust. And we tend to trust people who are like us. Right? So you got that Italian in here, and I use my hands more, and I say, look, your hearing loss is this big, and I can't get you happy with hearing aids that only fit this much of your hearing loss. We need a hearing aid can fit your hearing loss. And he's like, you're right. I get it. And I'm like, well, let's take action. Go ahead and sign here. And those are those body language things that you can adjust, right? But that very next appointment, you're going to have an 85-year-old grandma that comes in. And she's slumped over her clothes. She she's had some health issues, and she says, you know, Steve, I know I have some hearing loss, but I don't really want to get some hearing aids. I just don't have a lot of family and friends nearby. I'm not really that active. And if I was talking like this and I said, so Susan, it looks like you have a hearing problem and you need to get some help, is that right? She'd be like, oh my gosh, and I would repel her from wanting to work with me. And so this is the part of the communication. Again, it's not just what you say, it's how you say it. So you have to be a chameleon in a way and change how you deliver your message to be more effective, right? So that same next hour, I then change to a certain degree. I kind of slump my own shoulders over, and then I voice and I say something along those same lines that I said earlier. It sounds like you're having some difficulty, but you're questioning whether you really need them or not. Is that right? You can take that next, see what happens. And that's the whole thing that I'm wanting, that connection, right? So tell me, when was your last hearing test? And I'm talking soft because she's talking soft with me, but I'm talking too loud for that person talking soft. And we tend to not even think about this stuff, and this is where this is going to take you from being good to being great. This is going to take your closers, your salespeople, and go from good to great when they can master the art of communicating their body language, their tone of voice, and then they do it enough with enough experience and timing where they have the timing of when to say things, but also that pause at the right time can be very powerful, or the sigh. So what are some things other than just our tone of voice that we can mirror?
Body language.
Such as?
Like when I'm talking to a patient, they like to lean in. I'll lean in like that, or scoot up, or if they're sitting with their legs crossed, I'll go like this and cross my legs and hear what they're doing.
Yep. What else?
Their arms are folded in the pocket and on the desk.
Eye contact.
Eye contact is huge.
Just their demeanor, how they're kind of approaching life, and are they excited or are they down? And I don't know.
If you have a person who's really in denial, you are going to have a tougher time selling them if you cannot get eye contact.
Oh yeah, they're almost like this.
So you have to be aware of their body language cues too, and you have to get them to laugh, to joke, to give them more eye contact, and you have to kind of match them in the way of, I have to be able to do this in order for you to take that next step with me. And we know the shortest way from A to B. If you come in, we test you, we sell you hearing aids, right? But some people are on this, I need to take my time. I need to make sure that you're the right person. This is the right company. I don't need to do shopping around, or do I need to do shopping around? And that's the journey that some people are on. And some people are like, you tell me which ones I need to go with, and I'll go with it. All right? And you have to understand that everyone's a little bit different. And if you're only closing the people that want to get help, then you're missing out on so many people. All right? And again, there is a difference. You can see it when you're looking at the averages of numbers. We're helping more people. The people at the top of the statistics, they're helping more people, they're closing more sales. They're able to communicate and connect with more people. It's not because they have more appointments. It's because they're able to connect with more people to build more of. What are some other things that we can match and mirror?
Where they're dressed?
Probably going to be tough.
Yeah.
But to a certain degree, you can do this.
With lab coat or not?
Right? Yeah, some people you can find, they are lab coat, right? If I have a gentleman who with a bike, he's like, no, I can't believe you have to wear one of those things. I know, me too. And I do mine, and I lean back in my chair. All right, so there are times you can get that to a certain degree. Obviously, I'm not going to change my outfit every hour. It's like fire. Grandma.
I think you're right, though. To some degree, you have to know your location that you're going into. If I'm from Oklahoma, and some of our locations are city and a lot location that I'm in.
Yep.
Because sometimes if I dress maybe the way I would in the Tulsa location, or I have the same personality that I do in the Tulsa location, I come off as pretentious whenever I'm in one of our role locations. So yeah, you can't run in the closet and you can't change every time, but what you really need to do is just plan that trip, and really you may have different shoes you wear.
Right.
Maybe not your fancy pointy shoes that time, maybe you wear something a little more leather, comfortable, whatever. But I mean, I have to agree, that was a good point.
I wear my boots when I'm in Montana, Wyoming, Idaho.
Yeah.
But when I'm in like Portland.
Exactly.
So there's some.
And it matters.
Yeah.
It really does to how they connect to you.
Yeah. I would say it is more important matching the conversation, your body language, than it is your dress. Because I've done lab coat and literally, city or not, doesn't matter really. As long as we're laughing and joking and then you feel like we're connected, not as important. I mean, I've done $100,000+ open houses in Hawaii. And then the last time I go, I said, yeah, I'm going to blend in and wear a Hawaiian shirt this whole week. It's very comfortable and we had success. So it's more about connecting with the person than I think it is so much about that. But I do think it can affect you to a
Even
certain
if it's
degree.
10%.
Yeah, even if it's a little bit.
Still
Yeah.
matters.
So
Absolutely.
even at the very beginning, you can kind of figure their personality type. That's huge. I mean, if they're an engineer, you need to be nuts and bolts.
Yeah, absolutely. And that's where we're talking about, I'm matching those nuts and bolts for my engineers. When I'm talking about the technology, I'm going to drop a couple tech nerd and I'll say, oh my gosh, I love working with, usually I'll drop it for doctors, lawyers, engineers, but I won't say that same thing. I'll be, I love working with engineers. It allows me, I'm talking about the processing speed. This just and how it can adjust 48 different frequency points, all the way up to 12,000 hertz is astonishing with an 8 microphone, essentially an 8 microphone system is just mind blowing what we can do with the technology.
So you're watching too when they've had enough, you back off.
Oh yeah. Well, I'm only dropping hints like that, just a quick, maybe 15-second blurb, like, hey, I'm going to out nerd you when it comes to hearing aids. And then I'll even drop a hint if they are engineer, where I'll say, gosh, I've worked in Cupertino where half of my patients are the engineers working for Google, for Facebook, and they want to know every different hearing aid out there. They want to know all the different technical specifications. And at the end of the week, after we compare all this stuff and I explain all this stuff, they still end up saying, gosh, this is the best value that I'm getting. Not only with the technology, but the service as well.
So then you tailor your dialogue to the third party in accordance to the personality of that. Yes.
You're basically you're an educator and an entertainer, right? Because I said it 1,000 times, and that's where we talk about stepping into character. That's why I was showing you how he does that glasses thing. He does that same thing on an ongoing basis. But if you are the patient, you don't feel like he's scripted. You don't feel like he's doing this like with a script. So the better you get at storytelling, the better you get at entertaining, the more they're sitting on the edge of their seat saying, tell me more, tell me more. And we just make them a bag of popcorn and say, get ready for the ride. It's going to be great. If you do it the proper way, then at the end of it, they're like, you have less objections, right? So you have to bring that third party into it, right? Where I'm telling jokes and stories, but now I'm controlling that where I'm not doing too many jokes because then it's too funny and not serious enough. So you have to have that balance. But that's kind of for, again, each patient. My whole focus, step one is connection. And I get connection through finding commonality and I'm matching. You did a good job of matching if you have that biker that's sitting back like this and I'm sitting back like this with them and I'm like, I hear you. I totally understand. This is your first hearing test? Yeah, it is. Oh, great. So, tell me more about your hearing. And I'm just finding commonalities and talking to him just like he is. Doesn't think anything of it. Now, when he moves, I don't move. It's not a tit for tat thing, right? So I'm sitting back like this and I say, check this out. This is so cool. And if I did a good job of building rapport and connecting, he does this. He leans up. Now I know I'm controlling the body language. We've connected that deep. where I'm controlling now. So it's matching and mirroring, and then pacing and leading, where now you can take the lead. All right, so the better you get, the quicker you can do this, and the better you're able to make connections with every different type of person, and you have to reset every hour. So every hour I'm paying attention. When I ask, so where are you from? It's an open-ended question. They're telling me where they're from. I'm paying attention to what they're telling me. I'm paying attention to the dynamics of the relationship. I am paying attention to their body language or tone of voice, how fast they're talking, and then I match it. I remember a perfect example. I'm in California. I'm in San Luis Obispo, and our consultant at that time was a very slow talker, and he was almost like a beachy vibe, right? And a surfer, if you will, right? And he was just gradually talking like this, like, let me explain audiogram to you. All right, so how sound travels is like waves, but sound waves. Ears catch those sound waves, sound goes down the ear canal, vibrates the eardrum. Then that's how, and you're just like, holy shit, get to the point, my man, right? How does this work, right? The patient there was a mayor of a nearby town, and she's from New York. And how do New Yorkers talk? Right? So I pay attention to that. I say, so where are you from? Oh, I'm from New York. Oh, how long have you been here? 5 years. Oh, cool. And what brought you over here? Oh, well, I just love the beach and I wanted to change the scene. And, you know, I became mayor because I just saw some issues with the town. You became mayor? That's amazing. Oh, yeah, thanks. Really good. So let me talk to you about this. So I'm just paying attention, right? She's talking fast. So let me explain a couple things. So I'm sure you already know this, but how our hearing system works. Our ears catch a sound, sound goes down our ear canal, goes up to our brain. For you, you're damaged, but you can see now I'm talking in this way for her because she's like, wow, this person is like me. She ends up buying and she asked me the question, hey, I just got to ask you this question. Is something wrong with him? Like, he seems a little slow. And I'm like, no. You know, he's just that beachy. But I guarantee if I talked in the same way that he did, I guarantee he's not making the sale. Right? And this is critical because that next hour was a patient that grew up in Santa Barbara, beachy, surfy type, that was just his cup of tea. They took forever to get to my, you know, it's like, it was an hour and a half test. It was like, come on, man. It's like, such a great person. Well, yeah, you love this person because they're just like you, right? So then that next one, it's like, hey, how do I match and mirror? Slow down. Match and mirror this person. And then I can take and go from there. Does that make sense? Any questions on that? This is one of the most important parts, I can tell you. Your body language, watch how they're using their body language. Their shoulders slumped over is a confidence level, right? If they're confident, they're taking up more space, more room, they're more open, their head is not as much eye contact, they're not talking with as much force. You can see the confidence in your patients and how it affects them. That you can see the dynamics of the relationship. Again, 55% is body language, 38%, 7% is the words. I don't know if that percentage to me is accurate, especially with people with. However,
because I was actually just going to share statistics as part of my sales pitch for patients who don't understand lip reading. The other day, if I look at you and said, "I love you," and they're like startled, and I say, "Yeah." So to yell at your husband, all you're doing is upsetting him. It's not a good communication method. That's why we need to get him to hear better. Volume doesn't help him hear, and you need to be able to connect with him without that problem. So I use that same statistic there as a transition to closing.
You can also use that as just a one-liner and say, you know, the louder you say something, the more angry and upset you sound. You cannot sound loving while you're talking loud. And that's where I find that spouses tend to get upset with each other because they said something 3 times and I'm still patient. I'm okay to say something louder, but now you think I'm being disrespectful, right? And now you say, why are you yelling at me? Why are you hollering? Why? She's being disrespectful. Like, fine. Right? And that's where they bump heads. So that's a good way of doing it. So this is something too, I like putting the hearing aids in their ears if I sense that they're having hearing loss. Because then we're talking loud and we don't come across as a friendly person. Same concept, right? So I'm putting a hearing aid in so I can talk at a normal volume and they can sense my inflection and the emotion. Because if I'm talking like this the entire time, to have conversation, you can see my forehead popping out and my throat feels like it's expanding to create the volume, and I just feel like I'm more angry. I told the story, I said that once my uncle got hearing aids, the whole stress in the household just seemed like it got so much lower. So, friendly voice is great. You can level of a lot of times we want to come across and you can control the casualness of the conversation when it's one-on-one. Even if you are wearing a lab coat, you can be very casual with somebody. So be friendly. I want to connect with that person. You don't have to try to appear like a lawyer or a doctor. You know, it doesn't matter where you are. I'm matching you, not I'm matching the area, right? So even in the city, you're going to have people who are more country bumpkins and, you know, in the city, right? That I'm just a simpleton, right? So I'm talking in a simple thing. So that's one of the things that you can match to is the words they use, right? If you see that they're very verbose and they're using the vocabulary, I'll drop some vocabulary, right? If it was a lawyer, you can say, well, the verdict is you got some hearing loss and you need to get some help, right? And I'm making sure that I am coming across with good bedside manner. I'm not doing this the whole time, and you know, with that person, I'm matching the person I'm with. And that's why I say that, you know, the area matters, right? But how I'm communicating with them matters even more, because they're going to say that this person is like me. He's using similar words. We have similar likes and interests. We talked about fishing, you know, and tone of voice, body language is all similar to me. Yeah. Add pauses for effect. Stress important words. Vary your vocal pitch. This is all important when you're doing the presentation. And again, the thing where people fail is they've done this 100 times. They've said the same story 100 times. They're not taking them on that journey for the story, right? That same thing with that head tilt, right? The body language, the pause, I'm thinking about what I'm going to say, even though I know what I'm going to say. I'm giving a brief second to make you think. Pause creates more of a realness in that conversation.
So it kind of pulls them in too.
It does.
If you're talking to somebody, if you really want to get their attention, if you go, who's that? And they're kind of like hanging on that pause.
Yeah.
Brings them a little closer to
The hand on the heart here.
Oh man, that body language tool is huge. Just this alone, this one thing, and like, look, I feel you. It just says trust me, right? That body language of like, look, I get it, I understand. Because then they say, oh yeah, that one thing says, I get it. All right, when you cover your heart, it's like, look, I crossed my heart. Speaking slower keeps them engaged. So this is another tactic where slowing down your tone of voice. If you've already built good rapport, when you slow down, they will just draw in, and you will find that they're leaning in more into that conversation. I say we're an entertainer because we have to control that. All right, we don't, just like a movie, they control how slow they're saying it. They got the music. We don't have music, right? So we have to do it with our own voice and our inflections. And they want to work with somebody who's still passionate. Somebody who is passionate, do they talk in the same monotone level? No, right? They're passionate about what they do. They have a smile every now and then. They tell people why they love what they do. That's why I love inserting, I love doing this because, helping people like my uncle, I found that it doesn't just help him, it helps everyone around him. And that, to me, is the best part. Do that well for you. Yeah, thank you. But those are the things that they want to work with people who are passionate. So varying your inflections. When you do talk too fast, we've already talked about it, that you are perceived as you want that conversation to be over, and that this person isn't as, cared for, right? You're not the only person in my world. I got somebody else coming up, so let's get this over with. So again, this is critical when you are backed up and you're busy. Internally, you need to think about this and take a pause and say, I gotta slow down. if you've been talking the whole time, that's where you ask the question, get other people involved. Yeah, next one. Body language, smiling, every now and then out into the lobby, I make sure that they see me with a smile. You know, and like Curtis talked about earlier, when you walk out with the patient and you're happy and the patients are happy and you say, oh, I'm so excited for you, we'll see you next week. All right, Mrs. Jones, have a great rest of your day.
You can score a hug from the spouse in front of the other patients coming in. That's a done deal coming in.
I'll literally make an effort before I go in to see a patient. I will literally smile. Before I walk into the room, I'll go, even the mask on. I don't know if they see it.
They notice the smile in your eyes.
If I literally smile, it's kind of like, all right. Just makes you kind of feel a little bit better, a little happier. You walk into that room with a little more positivity.
So the one-liner I use is, I'm glad you're hearing better. That's huge for people.
Yeah, that's great. Now they're leaving with demos, it sounds like, in your organization. Are you sending
And/or.
Okay, and/or, yeah. Yeah, I love saying, I'm so excited for you. And I'm smiling and I'm like, we'll see you. Yeah, your hearing aids are coming in. We'll see you next Tuesday. Have a great rest of your day. And that next patient usually sees that. And it's, again, they're just following suit. Hand gestures, the sigh, the head tilt, the head listening attentively. These are all body language things that are great. Giving good eye contact, a nod, not interrupting, asking follow-up questions. All great things, body language, things that, again, we need to just be aware of, right? We talk about energy. You've heard us talk about it. To me, energy is the emotion. They say that emotion is energy in motion, right? You actually look at a person's, heartbeat and their brain waves. When they're excited, they're moving faster, right? When they're, sad and depressed, things are moving slower. So your emotion, your happiness, your excitement, there's an energy level to that. When you're happy and excited, you tend to have more energy. When you are sad, and I'm like, hey, you need to make outbound phone calls. It's not like, oh, I'm so excited to make outbound phone calls. But if I'm happy, excited, hey, all right, let's hit those phones, then I'm more likely to do it. Obstacles aren't as big of a problem for me. So this is something that is critical. And I practice this on a daily basis, just not only with my own energy, you can control it. This is one of the reasons why I do cold showers in the morning, is it's a way of me saying that I control, what I'm doing. And if my mind is like, oh, I don't want to do it, it's like, screw it, you're doing it. Right? So when I show up to that office, the first thing in the morning, I got a smile on my face. And there's no obstacle that we're not going to overcome this week.
Do you really take a cold shower?
I do. Every
I've
morning.
done that, and most people don't understand what that's like, but it's like intense.
Yeah.
Self-torture.
It is.
Or self-discipline, maybe both.
Both. Yeah, and I don't do it because I enjoy it. I really don't. There's not a single day that I'm like, yes.
Yeah.
But it is just, I'm training my mind, and my body to say, hey, if my mind says we're doing this, we're doing this. Right? So same thing is like, hey, we're going to have a great day. I'm going to have a good attitude. I'm going to overcome this. I've trained my body. We're doing this. Right? And that's the whole goal. And obviously, I'm nowhere near perfect. I'm working on getting better at doing exercising all the time. And it definitely helps me. And it's also, it wakes you up.
It does wake you up.
It wakes you up.
Is that the whole shower or just the end?
Usually the last anywhere from 1 to 3 minutes. Yeah.
You do Wim Hof breathing before you turn it cold?
No, I didn't find that helped me. So I will constantly try biohacking in different ways to be more mentally clear, sharper. And exercising, I have found, definitely helps me, and cold showers helps me. And when you do that on an ongoing basis and you're reading something or listening to something positive, it just puts you in a more positive state. If I'm hanging out with people who are depressed and unhappy, it puts me in a depressed and unhappy state. If I'm listening to cry emo music, then I want to cry and I want to be an emo. I'm changing my environment so I can be the person that I want to show up to be. So those things help me to control my energy. And the better I can control my energy and my emotion, I can control theirs.
Jumping jacks. Sometimes doing jumping jacks in the back office.
Oh yeah, I have 5 kids, and so sometimes I get very little sleep. Right, so halfway through the day, it's 2 p.m. and you guys have felt that 2 p.m. You had lunch and you're just like nodding off if you didn't, get good sleep or you ate too much. So I'm in the back doing push-ups like, man, I gotta wake up. Because again, the better I control my emotion, I can control theirs. Right? The better I can control my energy, I'll control theirs. And I can take a depressed person and sometimes change how they see something, and they won't be as sad about that issue, that topic, that problem that they have going on, because they're just now seeing it from a different light. Right? Their emotion is based on just that if we change how they look at that whole thing changes. Right? So, I make sure that patients don't ever see me yawn. Right? They're telling a story and I'm like sitting there because it's contagious, right? And if I have a consultant that's sitting in the room watching with me and they start yawning, oh, we have a problem. You better wake the hell up. Because if they see you, what do they do? Yawn. And I see it and I'm like, wake up. So we've had some jokes with some of the consultants at like 2 p.m. They're like, okay, the next one's here. And I'm like, wake up, let's go. Go get coffee, get an energy drink, wake up, man. We still got a long day ahead of us. We got 5 more appointments. We got to get all of them. I need you on your A game right now. And when you do that, they're going to show up on their A game more often. They're going to realize, wow, this really is important. Right? When I'm staying late to make those phone calls, they see, hey, if I want to make more money, I got to do what he's doing. Right? That's a level of dedication I need to step up my A game on doing. Your phone calls will be more effective. Your closing, you are able to handle objections in a completely different manner if you are mentally clear and sharp. I've been there where I'm tired and I'm trying to handle objections and it is just a delay, right? And that slight half-second delay is them being like, this person's not really on his A game, he's not sharp. Whereas if I'm sharp, I'm right there and I can control the pause now and I know where I need to go, inflections, tone of voice, story. It's chess versus checkers. So I showed this because this is kind of the journey we want to take them on. When they first come into contact with us, a lot of times it's neutral for new patients, right? And we're hoping that phone call is going on the up and up and they think that FOA or that PCC is friendly. And then they get into the office, they think it's friendly, great place, really like these people. Then they meet us, right? And it's like just continuing to go up. Wow, love that consultant, right? Then I spend time with them. And they're like, man, everyone in this office is just fantastic. And then I start saying, well, tell me about what brings you in. Let's dive into the problems. And I'm peeling back those onion layers. Then I start explaining the audiogram, the anatomy. This is where I start seeing a shift in people who are good compared to those that are great, is they start getting a little bit of those emotional problems and then they jump to solving the problem. The people who are great keep diving in deeper into that. Tell me more about that. How long has that been going on for? Asking further follow-up questions. I'm peeling back those onion layers because each layer that you pull back, they're more likely to get emotional about that. And then that's when I start solving the problem. So we can control that. And again, I can control this and make this worse just because I do a sigh. Just so. Yeah, that one little thing can create emotion and pain, or that one sigh can create emotion and pain. And you have to bring that and step into character. That's what we talk about in our organization is I'm stepping into character. I'm a psychiatrist in a Broadway play. Still that from Jim. Right? So I'm in the play, but I'm a psychiatrist. I'm reading and analyzing everything. But I'm also in a play and I'm your best friend and we're going to work through this together. So that's where, again, I can control this stuff with controlled energy and focus. Because if we have too much energy, right, and then we're bouncing off the wall and it's like, okay, hurry it, come on. All right, let's get this done. So it's controlled energy and focus, and you have to control your own energy. When they walk in, that's the smile, laughter, joking, build connection, build rapport, and then tell me about what's going on. How long has that been affecting you? Oh my gosh. And you have to feel when it's too much pressure. That's where you have to add some humor to it. Right? We'll talk about that in a minute, but you have to, again, control that emotion. And once there's that pain, then they want to solve it. Especially for the people who are in denial. I recently got stitches. If I would have just gotten a paper cut, I'm not going to the hospital. But when I can see white and it's just continuing to gush out blood, that's when I was like, okay, I need to get to the hospital, get some stitches, right? So the same concept is you're going to have patients that come in, don't think their hearing loss is that bad, they're in denial, and I have to shine a spotlight on them and help them realize that you're affecting your balance and equilibrium, your memory in the future, your relationships with your wife, your kids, your grandkids. You're going to end up paying for these things anyways at some point. It's not a question of if, it's more when. And by that time, we're not going to get the same results. Why would you wait? And we need that to understand, like, this is a big problem. You think it's not a problem. This is a big problem. And we have to do that through our communication. The humor, this is the best relief valve. So I want to ask you guys, how can you get humor involved in the conversation? Or get them to laugh, to chuckle? What are ways that you guys do that?
I use it during the anatomy explanation because it can be a little dry and I want to touch on that and give some emphasis, talk a little bit about the medical side of it, but I'll use a story like, like you said earlier, is it bake, cake, lake, snake, what did they say? And they can be having these really obnoxious conversations and it's so much harder if they can fix this and we can get on the right track with communication. So yeah, just kind of plant it there.
Okay. Other ways you guys bring laughter into it? Humor, somewhere.
I mean, I think one of the things that I do is I'll tell stories, obviously without names, but of some funny things that have happened with husbands or wives or family members of other people, because it's easier for them to laugh at somebody else.
Yeah.
And I try to parallel that with maybe their hearing loss or what I think their problem might be. Obviously, they can laugh at them. It's funny. They're not laughing at themselves.
Yeah,
so it's a little easier to do that. It lightens the mood.
Yeah, perfect.
The self-deprecating humor always works too. It's very disarming for them. You kind of come in, you're a professional, and they're like, say something goofy about yourself.
Yeah, absolutely.
I like to come in and say, so which one of you can't hear? And they'll point at each other and you're like, yeah, which one of you's wrong? You just random joke. And they'll all walk in and I'll look at him and I said, I bet you hear because you think you hear just fine and she thinks you don't hear anything, right? And they're like, yeah, that's exactly what's happening. I said, yeah, she's right. Just doing it in a playful way and they chuckle a little bit. Just throw them off guard.
I like it.
Sometimes I'll say, like, when I'm explaining, and the sound goes to your brain, this side, and then cross over this side. Is that going to be a problem for you? It's usually for guys, or look in their ears. They'll say, like, you see the light on the other side? I said, that's usually for guys, not girls.
Yeah.
I'll put the demos in and say, you're probably not used to having someone put their big fingers in your ears, are you?
Give you a little tickle. Any other ways that you guys add humor into it? Well, Willie. Humor is something that you need to find a way. One way I do it is at the end when they're kind of making a decision. And they're in that space where they're like, I don't know which one. They're on the fence. I don't know. And then I ask them, all right, what do you think? Pink polka dots or zebra stripe color? And they're like, what? And I said, no. What do you think? What color do you want hearing aids? Pink polka dots, zebra stripes. You can do that? Yeah. Well, I mean, we used to be able to, not now. Mainly it's hair colors and skin colors. We're getting a little more boring these days. But back in the day, yeah, we could do all kinds of stuff. Oh, well, yeah, I'd probably just go hair color. It does two things. One, it lightens the mood a lot. You can feel it. And it just takes a pause of like, oh, give me a break, right?
Commitment too.
At the same time, they're assuming, right, that they're going to get one. Now they're seeing themselves visually with them wearing hearing aids. And then I say, so which ones are you wanting to go with? Oh, well, I'll probably go with this one. Yeah, great choice. All right, so beige then? And it kind of brings it back to the comedy part, right? Lighthearted. Now, if they do make a decision, and that was the tough part, that's a lot of times where I'll bring the humor back into it. If I haven't used that color part, then I'll use it right then at that point where they've made the decision. I'll go with these ones. Okay, well, what are you thinking? Zebra stripes or polka dots? What? Yeah. I mean, what do you think? Maybe some camouflage? I don't know. Some chartreuse? What? You get different color? Yeah, I mean, we used to be able to.
I like to say, how about gray to match your shirt?
It used to be brown. I know. We can get brown and change it. It's still good.
I would say, you're like a dog, keep you out of the doghouse.
That's a good one. I like that. Yeah, that's good.
Or can you hear me okay? Yeah.
Or when,
I fixed you.
or when I'm doing the quick sense, sometimes we'll say, well, this is like the white test, you know, and make sure you pass it, you know, do your best right now.
I want you to really focus.
Yeah, I want you to really focus. And then after they, you know, slaughter and go, oh wow, you guys must not, you used to be in the doghouse all the time, or, you know.
I can only imagine the conversations you two are having.
Yeah, there you go.
Yeah. Well, and I love doing this and getting the wife involved too. When I hear one comment about, you know, he struggles too, you know, where she feels like she's getting beat up. Well, your TV sometimes is louder than mine. Well, I'm not the only one that says what, huh? I say, okay, we're going to do something fun, okay? I'm going to give you 10 words. Both of you are going to be involved. Ladies first, as always, gentlemen. So I'm going to say a word. It's going to go like this. Say the word blue. Okay. Blue. Perfect. That's how it's going to go. All right. Close your eyes. And then I'll go through it. And I'll say, okay, if it's, you know, Steve and then Riley, I'll put an S and R and I'll write down what they respond. And at the end, I'll be like, wow, you guys have some really interesting conversations at home. Well, what do you mean? Well, I would say one word and both of you would hear two totally different words. You've never had a hearing test? Boom. Okay, then again, now I'm adjusting and changing. Okay, in CG test or get them back into the room, you know, demos, send them out to the lobby, get them coming back. I'm adjusting in my mind how we're going to do this. But now we're going to sell this person too. And now I'm also adjusting my pricing in my mind to incentivize them to both get help. But I'm also after making that judgment, right? And this is where sometimes it can bite you in the butt, right? Where the person's like, oh, yeah, we can't both do it. And it's like, well, let's just focus on you. And you only focus on him, right? And then you get her later, right? Or if you can, structure it in a way where instead of just, you know how the traditional discounting is, here's the price sheet, here's the discount, here's the bottom line. Sometimes you can use that. I find that couples and for insurances, I love having the flexibility of giving a discount. So the price sheet that I use, and we're going to be talking about this later, is the one without the discount. And so it says $99.90 on our price sheet, $9,990 for ME5 MSRP. The reason why we took that out years ago is I lived in Portland and was working in Portland. We had a ton of Asian individuals, Filipino individuals that wanted to just haggle. And I'm like, you see $2,200 off right there. You're getting no, you give me more. You give me more off. And it's like, what more do you want? Like, and this is where I took this from Jim. I said, you know, I've already given you half of my lunch. Now you're taking. So certain people, you want to use different verbiage on that. But I called Steve up and I said, hey, let's just take that whole column out of the discount. Just give me that. And I remember the first time I was in San Luis Obispo, I pulled the price sheet out and put it in front of her and I was about to explain it. She goes, I'll take the top one. And I was like, well, I haven't even given you discounts yet. And she's like, yeah, I want that one. It's like, okay, here we go. What do I do now? Like, she wants to pay $9,900 and I'm not, like, I was going to give her a discount. So now how do I work that in? What do I do? But to me, I like doing it just because of that situation where it's a husband and wife, where I say, you know, right now, this week, we have a promotion going on where it's $1,000 off. And for couples, just because we don't have to explain everything twice, and when you come in, we don't have to do everything twice, it saves us time, so we get to see more patients, help more patients, so it's kind of a win-win. They give you a couple's discount of an extra $1,000 off per pair of hearing aids. So if you were to be able to do that, then you save an additional $2,000. So then it would be this price, you know, this is what it would be as little as this a month. Yep, so it would be $79.90 now. So that's kind of how I like to do it. And the humor and the circle of understanding. Reframing. This is the best part about what we do. Again, we change people's mindset on what cheap is, what expensive is, what bad is. because they're going to be coming in and they don't think it's bad, and it's our job to change their perspective to help them realize this is pretty serious. I remember a perfect example. I went to Les Schwab and he was like, hey, you got a hole in your tire, man. You need to take care of this. Well, what's it cost? Well, it's this, but I can patch it, but you need new tires, man. Your tread is this, and you were telling me you have kids, right? Well, yeah. Well, look, if you're driving on a freeway and something happened, if that popped and just veered you over to the right, I mean, I don't know why you want to take a risk to save a few $100. Sign me up. Give me the damn tire, right? Well, I mean, if you're going to do it to 1, you might as well do it to 4. Give me the tires. But the same concept, right? Yeah, and a spare. Top of the line. So it's again, painting a picture in a different way to change the perspective of like, yeah, that tiny hole, I can put a patch, but really we need to take care of this appropriately. That could put you in a lot bigger risk, right? Same thing is, here's your hearing loss. I need you to understand that there's a big risk if you put this off, right? You might spend $12,000 down the road and we can't help you. You might have to get a cochlear implant just if you keep waiting. I'm sure at least at some point you've had a patient coming in with a 60 dB loss straight across the board who doesn't even think they have a bad hearing loss, and you're like, are you kidding me? Oh, I get by. How do you get by? I'm going to give you a word test. 0. You get by. Just fine. Yeah, that doesn't bother me. Well, I guess living in the dark wouldn't bother me either if I've been living it for 20 years. You're right. Just keep running into things. You got bumps all over my head. Okay, that's fine. But it is something that we have to open their eyes to it. So when they're like, oh, that's so big, I can see it. Oh my gosh, it's so much smaller than it used to be. These are just some of the things where you can change their perspective on it. It looks a lot less noticeable than saying what, huh, all the time. You look a lot younger when you're laughing and you're present in the conversation. If they're really complaining about the money and they do have a bad hearing loss, I like saying, comparing it to people who have bought hearing aids consistently for years. When I say, you're getting a lot cheaper than most of my patients with that same hearing loss. A lot of them have spent $40,000 and $50,000 at this point. You haven't bought any hearing aids yet? No. Well, in that aspect, you've been saving up for a long time. You might as well get some good ones. It's just a different perspective, right? It's a lot less expensive and invasive than a cochlear implant. This is good when you pull up a hearing aid. So we're talking about current patients, right? And you see that their hearing aids have, let's say, 3,000 hours on them. I had a patient tell me this, that it's kind of like, 60 miles an hour, right? So in an hour I'm driving 60 miles, right? So 600,000 miles, I'll look at theirs and I'll calculate, okay, since the last time we pulled these things up, you got 1,000 hours. That's like 600,000 miles you've driven these things. And they're like, wow, yeah, that's a lot. Yeah, I know. You put some miles on these bad boys. And it's just a different perspective that you're really putting a lot of time into this. Comparing it to something like their car, where they will spend $40,000, $50,000, $60,000 on a car, and how often do they drive it? How many hours a day? Right, 2 hours a day? This is the cheapest operational thing that you have. My patients wear these things 10, 12, 14, 16 hours a day. They don't get days off.
Cars are A to B, hearing aids are A through Z.
What's that?
That's fun. Cars are A to B, hearing aids are A through Z. You wear them all day.
Good. I like that. That's good.
I like the coffee one too.
Oh yeah, I love that. Yeah, it's less than a cup of coffee. And I've used the analogy with my uncle, because he had bought 2 sets of hearing aids from Costco. Sometimes I'll drop that in there, sometimes I won't. But he got 2 sets of hearing aids that are sitting in a drawer. He spent $2,000, $2,500 on them. And once we got into good quality hearing aids, he's like, these are a lot more expensive. And I said, no, they're a lot less expensive. And he goes, well, what do you mean? I said, well, you wore those, 10 times? That's $200 every time you wore those things. I said, for the past 5 years, you've worn these every single day. I said, it's less than a cup of coffee a day now. Oh yeah, that's a lot less expensive. I know. It's a lot less expensive to do it the right way. So just a different analogy and a story for people to understand, just changing their perspective. And that also can be used when we're talking about upselling, from one to the next. It's $1,000 difference. But over 5 years, that's $200. What's $200 a year when you break it down, right? We're talking pennies a day, right? So this one over this one long term, it's like pennies a day different. You know, and this is where I help people to understand when they're looking at the price sheet and they're just like, oh my God, oh my gosh, oh my God. And even though I price condition them, they're still like, ooh, how am I going to do this? And I say, you know, here's the thing is, I know a lot of times with patients, they look at this and they only focus on the here and now. But big picture wise, it's nothing, right? We're talking it's less than a cup of coffee a day. If we focus on only that, same thing if I gave you the price of what your cable bill is going to be for the next 20 years and said you got to pay it up front, you'd be like, screw cable, I don't need that. It's $24,000. But I mean, you're talking it's less than your cable bill every month. Giving them analogies, things that they can associate with. Huge, changes their perspective. When they're like, oh, I'm too old, and we are going to talk about objections. But again, same thing is I'm changing their perspective. I'm reframing how they look at something. When you got an 80-year-old that's saying, oh, I'm too old, I'm going to die. You know, oh gosh, my 103-year-old patient the other day was saying something completely different. And then I tell the story about someone older than them. I tell a story about someone broker than them when they're like, oh, financially, I'm on Social Security. Look, I understand. I understand. I get it. I mean, 90% of my patients are in the same boat. If I see 10 people a day, 9 out of the 10 of them, we get it. And it's very important. I'm not brushing that aside. Your budget is critical. I know when it's find a way. I had a patient who was on disability income making $785 a month in Clackamas, Oregon. See the details of the story? In Clackamas, Oregon, I gave him hearing aids on Tuesday. He came back on Friday and he said, look, I will find a way to do this. I looked at my budget and I cannot live without these. They make such a difference in my quality of life. I will find a way to pay the $130. So he made some adjustments, right? He got a roommate. He, instead of going to McDonald's on Fridays with his friends and eating at McDonald's, he ate breakfast and just bought a coffee at McDonald's. He changed from cable to Netflix. Like, I don't want you to wait until you have to get to that point because one, it's going to be more expensive, but again, you're going to end up doing this at some point, right? And if we can do it sooner, not only is it less expensive, but the results that we're going to get for you are so much greater. But you see how it's like, I'm complaining about my $2,200 a month, and this guy found a way to do it. So I'm changing perspectives. That's all I'm doing.
I like the urgency that you use.
One of my favorite things is you're using the analogies and stuff. Is the patients will say, you know, I remember when TVs were like thousands of dollars, and now you can get it for $500. You know, electronics go down in price. Why do hearing aids keep going up in price? And I'd say simply, well, do you have to have a licensed medical professional come change the channel for you? Well, no. Just throw little reframing comments.
Yeah, and it's a medical product. So in a similar kind of topic, I'll say, trust me, I get it. All medical products continue to go up. I remember one guy in Portland who said, you know, my first house was less than this. And I said, well, how much is your house worth now? And he said, well, $450,000. I said, it's a good thing hearing aids haven't gone up at the same rate as your house.
You know, I'll just say what you could really mean, because those cold showers, the people I know from South America, they don't have the money to heat the water if they're bad. They have to hold that off for their dinner. So if you start thinking about that, and challenge anybody in here to take a cold shower one time, maybe if you haven't.
Yeah, it is tough. Well,
some of those scenarios are real in their world.
They're very
real. You
real.
have to be time conscious and spend enough time to make them know we care.
Well, you're going to have some patients where a spouse passed away, kids are not living there, and and I know that you guys have probably all had one or two of them or more, where they're questioning their will to live, right? And they're depressed. That's a tough one where they're like, you know, kids aren't here, you know, spouse died, I have no friends, you know, and I'm not going to get them from this point to that point in a straight line. First, I have to get them to appreciate life, right? And that they are here for a reason. There's a reason you're still here. And I have to almost be that motivational speaker for them, pump them up, inspire them that life is, you know, what you make of it.
In your work, are you already have the hearing aids on when you're telling them all
Yeah,
this?
well, it just depends on where we're at in the conversation. I mean, you have to adjust, right? So if right when I come in, they're like, look, save it. Like, there's no point. I don't even know why I'm here. You know, I might start doing it right then, and I'm like, hold on a second, Bob, let me get you hearing better first. Don't come at me with that.
You should
Life
draw,
is too short.
you should draw the fixed income graph that we use sometimes.
Oh yeah. Basically, what that looks like if they're on a fixed income, then I'll even draw it out for them sometimes, and I'll say, you know, what I have found is that when you're on a fixed income, it's more kind of like this, because each year that time goes on, we have less expendable money because, you know, my rent goes up and bills go up and stuff like that. And what happens to your hearing loss? You know, it just continues to get worse. And actually, in all reality, you know, your cost of living goes up. In all reality, we have less and less money, and we get further and further away from being able to afford getting help. You are at the best time right now to be able to afford getting help. Because in the 10 years I've been doing it, the cost of hearing aids haven't gone down. They've gone up. All medical costs have, haven't they? Well, yeah. So, and sometimes I'll just do it with just these two lines of saying, you know, usually our bills go up and your hearing loss gets worse, but we just get further and further away from it. So that's been another way of getting them to understand it. And again, that's one of the things that we'll talk about with handling objections. So storytelling, we did talk about this a little bit. Picking a story that is similar to their issue but has the outcome that you desire, right? So again, patient is complaining about the money aspect of it. I live on fixed income. I live on $2,200 a month. You know, telling that story, changing their perspective, but that person got the help. That's the outcome that we want, right? So I'm telling the story of that same thing. Giving details makes it more believable, not like I'm making it up. And telling it like it's the first time, right? Not like when I tell that story about my uncle, I've said it 1,000 times, but each time I say it, I do my best to say it with the same inflections and excitement and changes in tone of voice so they can feel the realness in that. The tools. So do you guys all know what the consumer's guide is to hearing aids? It's kind of cool. You mind if I steal these from you? First.
Yes.
So the tools that we use are critical. These are the two tools that we tend to use the most. I know for me, I'm using this a lot for upgrades. I'm using this a lot. Okay, but for new patients, current patients alike, and this is one thing that you don't want to gloss over in the sense of we talk about doing everything every time. I'm still explaining that audiogram and that anatomy. I'm still price conditioning current patients too, because that builds value in what we do, right? So when we're talking about hearing aids and I ask the question, my transition, hi, I'm Jared Mings, and I support this message. We have it recorded too, so this whole thing's recorded if you want. But if you want to record me, you can too. Totally okay.
You'll just have to pay him.
Yeah, there's going to be a royalty fee every time you watch it. It's a dime.
He wants to get paid for it.
Yeah. 2 of those. No. Okay, so if you do want to record it, you can. I don't care. But we have the cameras going, I believe.
How am I going to get a copy of that?
I can send it to you. A little site called YouTube. Yeah, a little site called YouTube. We got it right with a slight fee attached to that. But this, Zach, is it recording? I'll just verify. Is it still recording? We good? Okay, sorry. Yeah, it's recording. But my transition for a lot of times, Curtis, he can share with you what his transition is after we've tested. You got demos in their ears. There's a transition of, now we need to talk about the different options that we have. So for me, my most common way of doing that is, so what do you know about hearing aids? Or something along the lines of, do you know much about hearing aids? And they're like, oh, yes, or no, or yeah, I know a little bit. I'm like, well, great. Well, let me explain some of the differences. And that's a lot of times where I will say, you've heard of, as I'm pulling it up, I'm sure you've heard of Consumer Reports or Consumer's Guide. And they're like, yeah. So this magazine is fantastic because it's the kind of the holy grail of the hearing aid world. And I say that you've heard of Consumer Reports and Consumer Guide because I'm doing that together. Now they're associated together. This is not Consumer Reports, but more often people will know what Consumer Reports is. compared to Consumer's Guide, right? So they're like, yeah, well, this is the Consumer's Guide only dedicated to hearing aids, and it does a great job of keeping things simple and explaining how hearing aids work. And the 3 pages that I tend to show the most are this one here, and this one here says the extent to how much we can help your hearing loss is based on the severity and duration of your hearing loss. Meaning the worse it is and the longer it's been going on, the harder it is to help you. But this next sentence is even more important. The more severe your hearing loss is, the more sophisticated the hearing aid must be to enable you to hear more clearly. That's the key word, is clearly. I can't tell you how many patients we see where they can hear loud enough and they say these hearing aids turn up the volume, but I still can't understand you. It's not clear. And that's the thing, is when you have a severe hearing loss, we have to have something sophisticated enough to get you to hear clearly. So that's one of the common ones, and I would insert that at different times. The other one is, the most common question we get asked is this one right here. 2 of my friends wear hearing aids that look the same. They both got them at the same provider, but they both pay different prices. Why are the prices different? Well, the answer is that the shells look alike, but it's the circuitry and the technology on the inside that you pay for. And they can look at it or not, but just showing that is basically a confirmation that this doesn't come from us, right? It's a common question. Oh, yeah, it's a common question. And the tough part is they all look alike. There's really only 2 different styles. They either go behind your ear or in your ear. They vary slightly in shape and size, but that's pretty much the different styles. But more importantly is what's on the inside of it. And then I kind of go into the technology typically. Sometimes I'll just keep it real simple depending on how much time and how techy the person is. And I might just say, hey, the easiest way I can explain it is, if this is perfect, I cannot get you perfect. I wish I could, but your hearing loss, I would have gotten hearing aids 10 years ago. At some point I might say this and say, hindsight's 2020, right? We could have gone back. Thank you, Curtis, for that one. But we can't, right? So I would love to be able to get you perfect hearing, but we can't. The simplest way that I can put this is, the better the technology, the more I can fine tune it and adjust it, and I can be more precise and adjust each letter and each sound, the more accurate I can make it, the closer to normal hearing I can be. The lower the technology, the more we miss out, and the harder it becomes to understand, and then basically I'm just turning it up louder. That would be the quickest way if I'm like really in a time crunch and I need to cut out a lot of stuff. That would be the quickest way I do that. So when it comes to prices, and they're like, well, how much are they? And I say, so all across the country, they're going to be very similar in pricing. It just depends on what quality you get. Simple hearing aids, digital hearing aids, meaning I can hook them up to the computer and I can adjust them. There's just very limited adjustments. They're $1,000 each one, so industry average is $2,000. As they get better and more advanced, as you can see, they go up, right? The advanced ones, the industry average is $5,600, and then premium hearing aids, industry average is $8,400. And they can get even higher than that, just depending on the quality of technology. And ours fall in that same range, price sheet, right? And then depending on what's going on, I'll handle that with insurance or promotions, couples, and that's kind of how I do that in the easiest way. Do you guys use this different? How do you guys use it?
I do it very similar. I used to do the same verbatim almost, but I changed it slightly to build in Miracler with it. And I tell people, I transition instead of saying, what do you know about hearing aids, which I still use that quite a bit too, but I'll say, you guys have heard of Miracler, right? And every time they say yes. I've never had, maybe I've had somebody say no, but it's pretty rare. And I start building in the aftercare and everything into it as well. And then I pull out that consumer guide. I go straight to the first page and I explain the difference in the levels of technology. Very simply though, I don't talk about channels. I mostly break down automatic versus just very basic amplifier technology on there to keep it simple. But I found by tying into, you guys have heard of Miracler, right? And building in the Miracler promise at that point, and then you could say things like, and the nice thing is with me here, we're actually lower than average price, but you get all the aftercare included. I mean, we're going to be seeing you every 90, 3 to 4 months, whatever the office does, to clean and maintain them and make sure they're working. But not only that, when your hearing loss gets to this point, we really want to test you yearly, building urgency, right? Because if any little thing changes, we really need to raise it properly so that it's a lot more healthy for your brain and your brain doesn't forget tones. In essence, And then, usually you at least get an ME4, if not a 5. I call it the Goldilocks and 3 Bears approach. I'm at least going to get a 4, if not a 5. And then if they settle on a 4, then I go for the 5 after I'm trying to write it up or go for a rechargeable.
One thing I know isn't really correct, but to explain the differences like you did, basically, use the channels, think of them as filters. So the basic has 16 filters. The best has it filters out, 4 times more noise. And they get that, and that kind of keeps that conversation real simple.
Yeah. And we have a slide. I don't know if you have that in there of the channels. Do you, Curtis?
I've given it to some consultant.
So we have a slide that we'll show you that actually has essentially a line that has an audiogram on it, of a typical hearing loss, and it has different channels, and you can see 6, and they're like big blocks, and then you can see 24, then 32, then 48, and I'll say, those gaps or those areas that we're missing out on, and then as you can see with 24, there's those less gaps, and 48 even less. Basically, I can be more precise and more accurate, so I can get closer to your prescription.
Yeah. I like to keep that part very simple too, and tell people, I don't even talk about numbers or anything. I tell them, hey, you guys, depending on what I think they're familiar with, if they're very basic and I don't think they know anything about stereos or anything, I'll say, think of these like keys on a piano. The more keys, the better we can make it sound. Yeah. And then if I think they're a little more advanced, I'll be like if it's an engineer, I'll say, you guys have a stereo with an equalizer, right? It's like having more of those knobs on the equalizer. And then you can get down to the nitty gritty numbers and stuff, but
there's a way you can add some humor to that too with those, it's kind of like a kid's piano. I can play You Mary Had a Little Lamb.
That's a good one.
You can't play anything like Mozart or really anything, better quality music. But if I had a full piano, and that's where again with the people who are more, visual, right? I got 6 channels and I'm doing this, right? I'm keeping it real tight. But if I have 48 channels, I can do a lot with it.
One thing I've heard lately that I really liked, I think it was Gage that came up with it, was a clarity index.
Yeah,
Is that what it calls it?
kind of like a clarity rating.
A clarity index or rating. That's a pretty good one too. It keeps it simple, but basically the bigger the number, the better the clarity.
Right.
And he keeps it, again, it's all about, to me, being simple. That's a good, simple way to put it. Instead of saying channels, people zoom out.
Well, one thing that you can tend to do when you do that is you tend to get people shopping based on channels.
Yeah,
right?
that's true.
And it keeps people channel shopping, especially nowadays because you got Costco with the new.
that Philips has got 48.
Philips?
I was going to say,
64. Now that being said, if you dive into the technology, they really can only adjust 16 of them.
It's like
however, but they say 64 on here, so if they're like, well, they're higher.
That's a double-edged sword, where you can get into trouble if you start focusing too much on that. Then they start scanning that list. Oh, well, what about this one? What I've seen you've got it on your page, is the pricing pyramid that most people that I've seen use it. They'll tie in what you're talking about, Jared, where you kind of give the levels of technology and based on your need, and they don't necessarily call out that Costco is here, right?
Right.
But
the price bracket now.
But then they talk exactly. But then they talk more about. We have them in all these ranges, just dependent on your need, and then they kind of move it into what your need is as the patient, instead of focusing on Costco price.
Well, one of the big things if you use this guide, which I think everybody should use it, is don't let the control of that guide out of your hands. Yes. If when I put it down, I've got it laid down. I've got their audiogram here, in front of the, will you open that up completely? So I have complete control of this thing. I have their audiogram here on this side of it where they can't even read this. So, their test results are like this. I've already explained them. So they can't read this side. It doesn't say anything bad, it's just I want them focused on what I want them to see. And then over here, once it gets time to talk about, after I've explained our services, I put my price sheet. So literally, they're focused on this, and the price. And then I'm tying the price sheet directly into what level's here. But if somehow they get this out of your hands, even the favorable voice, what are they doing? Number one, they're not listening to you anymore. And number two, well, what's this mean? And then they get back here and they see these graphs and they're like, oh man, we gotta do a lot of research on that. They end with that, right? Instead of saying they learned a lot,
Good point. Yeah.
they say, so I don't even get back here because some of these do say they have 64 channels. It means nothing. It's like a 720p TV. It's not. They're trying to say, oh yeah, we're upscaling to 4K. And you can get into those kind of tit for tat with people real quick if they get a hold of this thing. So literally,
get an engineer in the office.
pick only.
Well, what does this mean? What does this mean?
How do I get a copy? Can I keep it?
Even if you get an engineer, I don't go back here at all.
Yeah.
Because you're open to the door to.
What I do, if I do that, I'm very selective. I've got one of those that has Miracle on the page with the highest frequencies. There's nothing on that page that they can see. And I'll literally say, you can see Miracle, we lead the industry in frequency adjustments, and I'll flip back to that and say, all of these hearing aids will look the same. They'll price about the same, but they'll sound different. So I'll fold it up and I'll put it away.
Where can you get a copy of that?
Yeah, I can give you one. You've never used that?
I've seen
think
Gary.
Yeah.
Let me go ahead and show you guys
The
the
only
whole
time I do the channels things if they're wearing like a 6-channel, 10-channel hearing aid. I'm like, look, on the top tier they only have 6 channels.
Yeah.
That's the only time I touch that.
Yep.
Other than that, I'm staying away from it.
Well, if you have the 2018 or 19,
And then I cut my,
it's good to have where you can go back and you got these, how many years ago? 3? Oh, and you had, what? Oticon? Oticon in
there you go.
2018, they're top of the line at 10 channels. So I had this story, and then I dive into this story of this patient that spent $6,500, got their top of the line, 10 channels, kept going back and back and back and back and struggled. One, it was Kaiser Permanente. They don't even do speech mapping. You guys probably don't see them. But 2, can't do a whole lot with 10 channels. Like I can't adjust them a whole lot. So that was she ends up buying, and she bought 8 months prior to coming in.
So what I do real quick, I'll just show you on using the price list. When it comes to channel, the only reason why I even mention channels is the word channels in there. So I'll start without even mentioning it, and I'll say the entry level here, as you can see, is basically input, output. It's just noise in, noise out louder. You see here, this number is per each. So in this range, you're looking at about $2,000 to about $3,500 for this parent. You go up to the next level, they start getting into some higher quality hearing aids, some higher quality hardware. You'll see here, you're getting more channels. Just so you understand what that is, you think of an equalizer, 6 little knobs. When you go to a recording studio, how many knobs do they have? And they're like, oh, hundreds. Exactly. So the more knobs you have, the more clarity you can get in the quality of sound. So the higher channels, the higher the quality. And then I leave that alone. And then I say, you can see here, it says it has a higher channel count, but it lacks advanced features. That's your $3,000 to $5,000 range. A lot of people will say they made that for Costco. Costco has some really good hardware, but they're lacking some of the quality advanced features. You get into here, and this is when you're really starting to get good quality hearing aids. They're $5,000 to $8,000 in this range. But you see here, they have advanced features that the user may have to activate. You have to reach up and push buttons and adjust them and mess with those things. With a top tier, fully automatic, adaptive, set it and forget it. Typically, you're paying $8,000 to $12,000 for that in the industry. And then I go to my price sheet and I say, we have the 5 and the 4, which are in this category. They're both automatic and adaptive. Our third level is down here at the advanced, and then I go into the range. So.
I'm very proud to say years ago, this is before I even started open houses, this gentleman named Rick Favor brought this to me. Consumer's Guide used to use this as an advertising thing. So you would run a newspaper, are you needing hearing aids, do you have hearing problem? Then, call or email and you can get a free Consumer's Guide.
Yeah.
And that was their advertising. Now it's more digital. But I remember years ago being like, oh my gosh, do you mind if I keep this? I'm gonna use this all the time as a way of educating. And now this has pretty much been using this thing for 6 years.
Yeah, I use it for price condition too. You don't have it? Early. I do, but I don't. Good or not, okay, I got it. You said, right, you said use it for price conditioning early, is that what you were saying?
Yeah.
That's what I see most of it.
Yeah. Like the one in 2018, because it said most important
I wish
business
they had
channels, and then we had all those channels. So
I don't want
if you-
to run.
What's
That's
this?
important. I'm
Yeah.
gonna
Oh, see? That's our sister.
This is key. I've gone from, I don't use it anymore. I don't use it. I literally use this price sheet and
Call them clarity, read it.
I should
when you go, like, these speaker, you're working 200 rate speaker. These are more for.
Any consultants in here use it differently that have used it?
This one will circle.
I do suggest that front page sticking to the general pyramid of technology, and I'll touch on the guarantee, because sometimes they need that.
Yeah.
They can see this, but they don't feel
Right.
like they can read it.
Yeah, and we don't make this.
It says publication and has no funding.
Yeah, receives no funding from any hearing aid manufacturer. So if you have doubting comments, then you can point to that and say, look, this has nothing to do with us. As you can see, this publication receives no funding from any hearing aid manufacturers. It's just great information for you.
I think one of the biggest mistakes people use when they use the guide though is they don't take the time to explain what it is before they show it to people. And you can't backtrack. Like if you haven't explained that it's a consumer guide and stuff like that, I mean, you can backtrack all day long, but it starts becoming like a distrust thing for the patient. Like, well, yeah, of course you're showing me this. This shows you in line with your price because it's Miracle-Ear. You have to make sure they know what it is before you even bring it in.
The only other thing that I would use this for is saying, just like the pictures on here, right? It's kind of difficult if I put myself in their shoes. How do I know which ones to go with? Do I go with in the ear or behind? And what about this behind the ear compared to this one? I have 4 different behind the ear hearing aids here. This one could be, and again, I might even price condition here too. This one might be $1,500. This one might be $4,500. This would be $8,500. I don't know until I hook them up and see. And that's one of the tough parts is they all look similar, right? And I'm sure, and then again, sometimes I'll even insert, I'm sure you've seen that ad on TV where that kid says, Dad, I love you. And it's talking about buying hearing aids for $500. They're just simple amplifiers, not customized to your hearing loss. But it's difficult, right? You go down to Walmart and spend, $100 on hearing aids, and they look somewhat similar. That's the tough part, and this is why we try to take the time to educate people, right? Very similar to your glasses, right? Most people, if they need glasses, they're prescriptive, right? I know if I took my contacts out and I wore my glasses right now, if I just got some reading glasses, it'd be terrible, right? It's because I have astigmatism in my right eye, and my vision is different in both eyes. I need different prescriptions, and that's kind of what we do. And then I'll show them with their hearing loss. You need, and obviously this isn't exactly how it works, but if they're at 90 dB at 8K, I'll say you need 90 decibels of power here. And then if they're at at 1,000, 250, 500 at 25, I'll say you need 25 decibels of power here. If I gave you 90 over here, and then I show that same growth, I said, what's that going to do to your hearing? Oh, blast me and do more damage than help you. And if I gave you 25 over here, it's not going to help you. I need something that I can adjust each of those different sounds and frequencies and letters because you hear them all different. I don't want to just turn it all up louder. I want to balance you out. That's also what will help you with balancing our sound. And then again, I'm tying it to other things than just hearing.
I'll say after going through the pyramid of technology, I'll say not everyone needs the very best premium.
Yeah.
And most of the time, by the time you realize you have a hearing loss or you want help, the entry levels won't work anymore. So you can kind of build a little bit of trust there, saying, okay, he's not telling me I need the very best right off the bat. And also saying, okay, the $2,000 ones probably won't work. So.
I'll use it too to give them a visual of the styles, because they do a pretty good job in there showing what the in-ears look like.
If I am going to show some of the medical studies, I'm a fan of this one. I don't know if you guys have seen this one, but it just talks about how it shows a study of a person with normal hearing and a person with hearing loss, and it shows how their brain is different. Now, if you read the study, it's more talking about neuroplasticity, how your brain can change. But it also talks about how when you start losing your hearing, you start using more of the visual part of your brain. And the visual part of your brain is where you do high-level complex thinking. So if you're taking resources from the visual part of your brain to help you hear, it affects how you handle complex problems, your processing speed. It affects how you handle these big day-to-day tasks with big issues that need your focus. It's a lot more challenging. But I usually don't go in that depth. I usually just say you can see how it can affect your brain. If I were to play a sound, this is how you would hear it, and this is how you would hear it. Your brain is just not stimulated. So that's a great study. The only other study that I'm a big fan of is the one that has the brain, has like a bright colored brain on it.
It says hearing aids stimulate brain activity.
Yeah. So I'll get it so you guys can see it, but it talks about how
severe hearing loss, 2 to 5 times more likely to develop dementia.
But yeah, it says after 2 weeks of wearing hearing aids, it showed an improvement in processing speed, attention, and memory.
Yeah, isn't that?
No, not that one.
Oh, not the one I'm talking about.
What side of the brain is
Bright colors saying years, you start forgetting what it sounds like.
So for current patients, I like using this, and along that same line of this, along that same line, I make sure that I am controlling my own tone of voice, right? So again, we build rapport, we connect, and then I change my tone of voice with new patients and current patients. I slow down, and I'm talking slower. I'm more effective. Wow, this is really affecting you, isn't it? Again, my voice changes. Problem. Then I get the demos in their ears, and I start picking up. Isn't it awesome if you could hear like this all the time? Right? And now there's just a smile, and that's infectious, right? If I'm going around and I'm saying, all right, repeat after me. Say the word trees. Trees. Cars. You're picking up on those S's and T's now, aren't you? Skin. Tire. Yard. That's amazing. Wouldn't that be awesome if you could hear like that all the time? Well, yeah, this is great. What are these? Right, so those are, again, I'm controlling that energy. Holy crap, this is awful, no bueno, no good. To, wow, this is awesome. Wow, yeah, you're right. Wouldn't it be great if you could hear like this all the time? How much easier would that make life feel? Oh man, that would be fantastic. I know. How do they feel? Comfortable, right? Yeah, they are. I'm asking yes questions at this point, and this is kind of tying into different sayings and analogies. That's just gold. Okay, anyways, current patients, I'm doing the same thing on the energy side of things. But this is the last tool that I use, and I really, the only one I use is that back page. And I'll say, with this new technology, they have acoustic sensors and motion sensors in the hearing aids, and they intuitively are adjusting. All right. So you guys can read through these. They are printed, but we'll just quickly go through them. It's not about your hearing loss at this point. It's about your health. Hindsight is 20/20, but we're here now, so let's take care of this with what we have left to work with. Time moves quickly. When we get to this point, I like to treat people like family, and this is kind of my recommendation, so on and so forth. Getting the right hearing aid. Curtis, do you want to go over these a little bit more? So these ones are a lot of ones that you put up.
I mean, overall, there's a lot of gems in here that you kind of need. I would envision when we start going over objections, I would try to pinpoint a lot of these to what I would focus on using it for. But But like, if you just read through some of these, there's a lot about creating urgency, and there's a lot about getting people out of denial. Like this one, loss like this, of course, we know high frequency. We've talked about this thing a couple times today. It can be dangerous because your volume, well, your issue isn't hearing, it is understanding. And so that starts getting, especially men, out of this mindset of, I'm fine. And at this point, this is where I've started getting a little more serious.
And the same thing with that, I'm stubborn. That's one, if you're a guy, you can go into. You guys can read these. We will bring these into the objections part tomorrow. A lot of this will go into that. So last kind of communication tips. Don't say, I don't want to be pushy. Don't use that line.
I'm not trying to be pushy.
Yeah, I'm not trying to be pushy. So be
You
careful.
guys just want.
Yeah. So anytime you say something like that, you will associate yourself with being pushy. So grab a plate, grab a cookie, and pass it, and we will do this. We'll do half.
Another one like that fourth one down, if I'm being honest, it's the same thing as constantly saying honestly.
Just take a cookie and
honestly, that's the way it is, really, right?
Yeah.
I'm being honest on the line.
It's the same thing as saying if I'm being honest. And I hear a lot of consultants say that, but then honestly.
So we got about 20 minutes left. We'll just go through some of these real quick. I don't want to be pushy as a big one. I've sold patients like you. You never want to say something like that. These ones are a little bit different. Okay, so these ones are different. I don't know if there's one chocolate or not. That one. So this is
We can certainly do that.
Are you passing back? Let's pass it around this way. Absolutely perfect. I had this consultant I was watching, and they've done studies on this too. It can decrease your close rate because you're saying the same thing over. Absolutely perfect. Absolutely perfect. So use words in moderation. The free trial, be careful of that, especially for the field test. You gotta wear these. It's completely free. You're just gonna get a lot higher chance of returns and cancels in your verbiage. This is something that Curtis is gonna go over more in depth. 100% guarantee. If you don't like them, you just bring them back. That sets them up for, if I don't like them for any reason, I can just bring them back. And that's not obviously how we operate. There's got to be reasons to bring them back. So those are just some things, not to say in sales. I've seen it, and I'm just like, just cringe-worthy sometimes. These guys haven't gotten me up here. I'm going to pass that for you. I didn't know you would. That's why I was like, I better stop here.
Oh, nice hands.
I still got it. Being a dad. Get out of here.
How old are your kids?
They've got a big spread. I got just turned 15, all the way down to 10 months.
Yeah.
So that's a big spread. We'll talk about this.
We get very concerned about your nutrition.
There we go. You can take all the sugar.
All right, second round's coming. If you haven't gotten chocolate. Oh, yeah.
Just 14 million with a straight face.
And that's a good way of bringing humor into it as well. I like also throwing something potentially realistic out there. So I'll say 35,000. And they're like, what? Well, you wanted to know.
Arm and a leg.
Yeah.
Just arm and a leg.
How else do you guys do it? Because you're going to have that gruff patient that's like, look, I just need to know. I mean, what's this going to cost me? I mean, what are the costs of the hearing aids?
I mean, it's where you can see, give them a range, price condition them. It could be anywhere from 1,000 to 10,000. I don't know until we get this test done. So.
We got the test results right there.
Okay, I thought we were at the test results. I'll switch.
I'll just look at their audiograms when they're real pushy like that and go, based upon what I'm seeing here and not knowing about your lifestyle yet or other factors, your budget, if I had a ballpark, you're looking at probably something between 4 and 8. But let's find out more information first and then go back into it.
So if you ask them what they're expecting, what kind of features they're wanting, that changes kind of the dynamic of that moment, because then they're like, oh, geez, I don't know. Then you can kind of qualify what's the expense to some of the features.
So asking them, like, what kind of features do you want?
What you don't want to be is evasive. That puts them off.
Yeah. I typically price condition while I'm explaining their hearing loss to the point where they're narrowing themselves down to plus or minus $1,000 by the time I finish explaining their hearing loss. They know it's going to be somewhere between 5 and 8.
A lot of times they know that already. They're just testing you.
It seems interesting that last year or so, more people are expecting $10,000, or they seem comfortable to consider $10,000 like they didn't used to 2 or 3 years ago.
So tomorrow morning, right out of the gate, we'll each go over how we explain the audiogram and how we do our price conditioning and how we explain hearing a lot of the details so you guys can see it. But a large part of that, you nip it in the bud. You don't hear that a lot if you do the beginning right.
Every now and then, obviously, we are going to get those patients that ask, hey, I got this $8.95 ad, and it's a person that maybe had been waiting too long, or maybe the first part of the test that took too long, and they're like, okay, let's get down the prices, like, what are the costs? And a lot of times I'm skirting the issue, and I don't want to get into the pricing, because if you have not built the value, price will always be the issue why they don't buy hearing aids. And these are two things that you guys, it's critical to understand that everyone's perception of value is different, right? Everyone's price point of what they're willing to spend is different. And then the price is relative to that person. And the value is relative to that person. That's why I'm asking questions about them, what they want to hear better, where they're having difficulty. And then I'm also paying attention to the cues, right? The balance, right? I'll tell a story about this one gal that her ENT, her ear, nose, and throat doctor, told her daughter and her that she needed to get hearing aids. She didn't do it because she didn't want to spend $7,000. And then she had a fall, right? And again, daughter brings her in and says, hey, just to be careful, I know she's got hearing loss, and her hearing loss is kind of off kilter. We want to make sure that we're balanced out her hearing aids, and she needs hearing aids. Didn't want to spend thousands of dollars on getting her hearing help. Ends up having a fall. She was 90 years old. Breaks her hip. Doctor doesn't want to do surgery. So now she is literally in a wheelchair, and she's in a care home because the daughter couldn't take care of her in California. Do you know how much it costs for a care home in California a month? $7,800 a month for her. She's buying a pair of hearing aids every month now. Every single month she's buying a pair of hearing aids. And then you know what she eventually ended up doing? Buying hearing aids. That's the biggest regret that she said when she came in, is I wish I would have done this sooner. She said it, not me. Anyways, our job is to increase the value so that the cost is not as much of an issue. But if they're asking for the cost and we haven't built the value, the price will always be the issue. This is another part of your confidence. Your confidence level has to be high in how much it's going to benefit them. And they need to hear that in your tone of voice, in the words that you say. When you're talking about 5400s to ME5s, right? Or 55s to ME5s, you have to be confident in how you talk about the products, the words, the tone of voice that you use has to come across, that confidence, right? So on a scale of 1 to 10, if If you're at a 6, the highest they will ever be is probably a 5. They will never be as confident about the products as you are. That's just how it works. The people that sell the products are going to be the most confident in the products. Right? So if you're talking to me about hearing aids and you're at a 10, that this is really going to make a difference and I'm confident in how I'm communicating that, then my confidence is going to be an 8 or a 9. I'm more confident in making this decision because I feel like, yeah, this is really going to make a difference in my life. So we have to raise our confidence, and this is one thing each year when new technology comes out, there's an excitement, and then a year and a half later, if there's nothing new, that there's just a change in the style, that now they have that in the CICs or the Ready Fits, and it's not a big change, our excitement wanes. We've been dealing with this technology for a year and a half, so we're not getting as excited with new patients or current patients. You have to continue to bring that level of excitement, because with excitement comes energy, and that is something, again, that they can feel. And if you've done a good enough job in building rapport, I'm going to affect your energy. And I'm going to drag you along with me in this process of getting help. That make sense? So if they're asking me early on what the prices are, I'm not going to just say, well, here's the cost. Let's go over the different specials. I'll say, it sounds like the cost is an important issue. Well, yeah, absolutely. Fixed income, I totally get it. I understand. 90% of our patients are. The budget is very important, but equally important is finding something that fits your hearing loss and your lifestyle. It's got to be comfortable. It's got to be easy to use. It's got to fit you. And so I'm going to ask you some questions if you're okay with that, just to get to know you so I can make good recommendations. Is that all right with you?
Well, a good way to follow up to that too is just, once you say that exact thing, to simply say, the thing is, I can fit just about anybody's budget. Very rarely do I not have a way to make it affordable monthly, or, there's a lot of ways we can help do this.
Options for everything.
And just assume, basically you're assuming to them that they can afford it. And when you assume that they can afford it, they'll be more open to the fact that they can.
Yeah, and the one thing that I would be careful on, because I've had where I use the consumer guy right out the gate when they're asking me about pricing, and then they're like, oh, so that hearing aid that I got is going to be the entry level. That's going to be the most basic one. Of course it is. It's probably a bait and switch. So sometimes now I'm like, hey, now how do I handle that? That if I can give a real vague answer and I ask that question, if I can explain, then it'll keep them listening to me, right? So by saying, I understand budget is an important issue, we have 70 different options with Miracle Ear, or 60 different options with Miracle Ear. We can always find something that fits the budget. More importantly, I want to find something that fits your hearing loss and something that's comfortable, that fits your lifestyle. And so I'm going to ask you some questions, and this is where I'm giving them ownership, right? Would it be okay if I asked you a few questions just so I can make a good recommendation for you? Would that be okay? And when they say, yeah, that would be okay, now they're giving me control to talk about other things than price. So that's a great way of handling it, because it's still really vague, right? But now they're still listening, right? If I just pull out the consumer's guide sometimes and say, it's going to be $2,000, and they're like, well, I see $895 for a pair. Well, and that's kind of where, again, you can get around it, but sometimes it's a little bit more challenging, where I'm like, well, I do get to pull some strings, and I'll go over all of the different specials that we have. Right now, I want to focus on, and sometimes they shut off at that point, and they're not listening as much because they're like, well, shit, I'm going to be paying, way more, right? And I need you listening to everything that I say, because it's powerful and it's going to add value to this. If I keep it vague, then now you're willing to listen to me more. Does that kind of make sense?
I kind of lead with, say, let's figure this out together, is what I say, so it brings us both together. We're working through this, and then I can go any direction with them on price, and then come back to price.
Yeah. I'll do that a lot too. I'll use a lot of lead language. Like, our goal today is to get you help with your hearing. And if we can find something that fits your lifestyle, fits your loss, and fits your budget, if we can work together to find one, then we can help you.
In most states, the $9.95 ad, right in there is a $35. Okay, let's look at your hearing loss. So this is the 35 decibel line. Oh, if you're awfully close to that, I'll see what I can do. we'll see what we can do. Make it
Sooner
so that's-
better than later.
Reading glasses. 35 dB.
Yeah, but the other aspect of it too is when they get real pushy, I just want to know price. They're no BS kind of people. So then I change my mirroring to that. Say, okay, it sounds like you're kind of a no BS kind of guy. Yeah, I am. All right, let's get to the bottom of it. Let's talk about it. Your hearing loss, your lifestyle budget. Your hearing loss we talked about. Now let's look at your budget and your lifestyle. How often are you in busy restaurants? And kind of change the demeanor, and then they'll kind of back down, and then you can soften up and then take it slower again. So you can actually use the mirroring to get them off of their power struggle.
Good.
So just for the price,
Yeah.
we give them the price too soon, we don't build the value, the price will always be the issue. I never am going to go over the details of pricing or the promotions if I don't understand what motivates them to buy, what their why is, or if I've created some kind of pain. I'm not going to do that without getting into that. The only time is if it's Friday and I have a flight to catch, then we're going to find some way of being like, pop, 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 pop. But 99.9% of the time, I need to know what their why is. I need to add value. I need to talk about hearing aids is not just helping you hear better, but helping your health, right? Going through all the steps. Go ahead, what were you going to say?
Oh, I was just kind of remembering our last open house and that they wanted something in the year if you would take a test or anything like that. So I was just trying to remember how you overcame that. I don't remember.
Do you have any questions? Any other questions? Any other questions? How much are they?
All right, that's good to know. Getting them in that yes mode at the end is another way that, again, I'm changing the energy of the room, right? Like I was doing earlier, and you can insert a nod as well. And I'm asking yes, no, closed questions. So there's a time where you're asking open-ended questions. You know, where are you from? Tell me more about that. How does that affect you? All open-ended. Who's, what's, where's, why's, and how's are all open-ended. They will give you an answer that's more than a yes or no. You guys all know that. But getting them in the yeses is critical to getting them to be like, wow, this really is helping me. Wouldn't it be nice if you could hear like this all the time? Wouldn't it be nice if you could hear like this all the time? How often are you going to be like, no, I would not like to hear like this all the time? No. Would it be nice to hear like this all the time? Oh my gosh, it'd be fantastic. So that's a great question. Comfortable, isn't it? And I'm nodding my head, yeah, I can hardly even feel them. All right, well, let's talk about different options. It's just getting them in that yes mode of like, okay, let's get some help. Yes, let's do that. But it's also getting them to realize there are benefits to this. It is comfortable. I do hear better. You're right. I can see my life with these and how it can improve my life. So I'm just creating that vision of them getting the help. So that is for tomorrow. So any other questions? We got just a couple minutes left. Any questions on anything from today?
I do have
comments.
I struggle when I get the really negative. I don't have a whole lot of reason to live. I mean, we're not going to really mirror that.
No.
Right? We've got to try to bring some energy.
That was not. Here's the thing.
Actually, you can't.
We don't.
You can't. You can tell.
Always an expiration date. Go first.
You actually.
Yeah. Let's go out back and finish this thing, shall we? I literally had a conversation with a guy one time and I said,
do you want me to just end this for you?
I told the guy one time, so you're telling me you're the only guy in this world that doesn't want to improve your life? And he said, yeah.
Why is he even there?
I have a hard time believing
Hey, there's a reason why they came. They're looking for something.
It's a cry for help.
And honestly, I might even say, you know what? Then who cares about the money? You might as well spend it. Just buy a pair. How much time do you think you got left? Right? I mean, 6 months.
go out with the bank,
baby. You might as well spend everything you got.
This objection.
Finance.
Yeah.
Finance.
You know, write it on.
Not a big deal.
Get an extra set. Who cares? Let's go.
Have you ever been wanting to be benevolent in your life and give someone else the gift of sound? Now's the time. Let's get a second pair.
If you go away, if you die, then we can give them somebody else.
Yeah, and that would be your helping two people. It's not
It's a
about
legacy,
you.
right?
So, and there's times you can mirror to a certain degree, right? I mean, if they are like, woe is me,
I'm not like, my life sucks too, but I am matching their tone of voice.
Misery loves company, though.
So
And,
Yeah.
Well, not always.
let me.
Not always. It's not always lost company.
This objection is near and dear to my heart. This is one that I actually thrive on. My mom is 11 years into surviving cancer, and she's not surviving very well. My mom's in the process of dying. And if you can connect with a patient about a personal story when they're in that position in life, you can actually mirror that, and you can share with them a personal story that you have of someone in that position, a grandparent or parent. What I typically do is I say, look, I get it. My mom was told 11 years ago she had 3 days left to live. And every day I watch her moan and groan in pain doing basic things. She's taking morphine, she's taking Percocet, she's taking gummies. She's in chronic pain to the point where she cries herself to sleep every night. I get it, what you're going through. But there's also another side of it. Hearing loss that goes untreated, it affects your chemistry of your brain. It adds to your depression. It adds to your lack of will to live. We can help you feel better about life. And I know this because I've seen it countless times. And I share with them, look, I get it. I know a lot of people that are your age that would rather die. They're pissed off in the morning that they woke up. And they're like, yeah, I get it. And then you start sharing that vibe. But then once you get them on that, then you can bring them back around to what do you have? What are the things in your life that you do have? Do you have grandchildren? Do you have this? Do you have that? And then you keep going, and they say, you know what? Worst case scenario, have you ever seen a U-Haul behind a hearse? And then they laugh. Once you get them laughing, then they're coming out of that depressed poor me, and then you keep bringing them back. You can bring them back from that. I've had my several run-ins in my life with suicide. Okay, I've been touched by it too many times, to be honest. Suicide is a real thing for some of our seniors. It's a real thing. And sometimes they're crying for help. And by hearing better, we can improve their brain chemistry. We can improve their quality of life, which gives them a will to live. When you live in that dark cavern all the time and no one's around and you don't have family and you're in pain, you're miserable, I wouldn't want to live in that scenario either. But we have the opportunity to give that gift of life back to those people. And if you show compassion and passion at the same time, they will come out of that. But you got to be willing to get dirty with it. So yes, you can actually mirror that a little bit.
Well, in another way, obviously, just from that conversation, there's not much better way than that. I mean, that's how you would get them out of that. That's perfect. But there have been times where I'll say, watching my uncle as his hearing loss get worse, and I'll show him the audiogram, it affected his personality. When we would go out to a restaurant and he's sitting there and he's not talking to anybody and he's staring at his food, it wasn't very fun for him. And then pretty soon I started seeing him withdraw and isolate from conversations. He stopped wanting to go to restaurants. He stopped participating in social activities. And you can see on her isolation, and the worse it got, the more it started affecting his emotional well-being. And he didn't want to do anything. He didn't want to go anywhere. He didn't care about people anymore. And that's the big part of it. Was a slow process, but it just affected him more and more and more. I've seen so many patients who it was just hearing, right? Not being able to talk to people, communicate, go to a restaurant, go to a doctor, little things, music, everything just seemed dull. And once we got them hearing better, I've seen so many people turn around and be able to hear. One of my favorite stories is this 93-year-old lady, and she came in, just walked through the door like this. Again, husband had passed away. Some of her children had even passed away. And I put demos in her ears, and she came back 3 days later, just standing tall. And it was so cool to see. And she said, these are not just hearing aids. I feel more confident. I feel like I want to do things again. I feel like I'm back. And it was so cool to see something as tiny as hearing aids that made such a big difference in her life. So that's one of the ways I've kind of in that similar manner. But yeah, you can turn people, but you just can't stay in that mode with them, right? You have to connect with them, right?
And then pull them out.
And then you can pull them out, right? And they have to understand that you are willing to connect or able to connect in order for them to make a move to the right direction. But they have to feel that we're emotionally connected.
Actually have two of those patients that we're talking about that are Facebook friends with me. That I gave my contact information, personal information, so I want to stay in contact with you. it's a cry for help, just like a teenage kid. And one other thing I'll tell patients straight up is like, look, still deep inside you is that 25-year-old young man or 23-year-old young woman excited to get married, excited to run off and go to college. That person still exists inside you. Just because the shell that it lives in is damaged and getting old doesn't mean that that person doesn't deserve the best quality of life till the end. My job is to give that back to you, and if you give me an opportunity, I guarantee you'll be happy.
I am buying hearing aids for you. I don't need them, but I'm buying.
You do feel the emotion, huh?
Yeah.
That's why, in women especially, I mean, women are more emotional statistically than men, right?
You call me a woman all the time.
This is my work wife. It really is though. The connection, you can feel it, can't you?
Oh, absolutely.
You can feel it. And that is what we're doing, is we're changing feelings. Telling stories changes feeling. Because when you hear a story like that, there wasn't a single person that didn't envision being in that position. Like, what would that be like? Right? You're taking them on that journey with you, and they see themselves, and then they see themselves changing because he goes, hey, I guarantee it. And that patient changed. So there's a positive light at the end of that tunnel. And hearing aids can be a part of that journey. But when you're in that moment with him, yeah, it's hard not to buy it. But it's all based on, I want you guys to see it as emotion. And if you guys listen to it, you heard it in his tone of voice. It's positive. His eye contact. All of that stuff is something that can be created again and again and again if you realize it. And that is, again, the master, the art of the sale. There's the science of it, but the art of it is taking that and recreating that again and again and again as if you're in a Broadway play, but it's not the person listening, it's not the 1,000th time, it's the first time. He's still so passionate about it and still just dialed in emotionally with everything. That's what we have to do on a daily basis, each and every hour during an open house. You've got to bring that. And that's where, again, you're going to have those sales days of doing 7, 8 sales straight, 7 for 7, 8 for 8, because you were dialed in the zone in every single one. I remember hearing the story of this Broadway play, Laurence Olivier, and doing this Broadway play, and got a curtain call 10 times. They were amazed, like everything was on point. And got a curtain call 10 times that had never been done before in the history of Broadway plays. And a friend is like, hey, will you let him know I'm here? And he goes back there and he's, going, the security guard is let Laurence Olivier know that his friend is out in the audience. And he opens the door and he's amazed. He's kicking chairs and throwing things around, and he's like, Laurence, what's going on? And he's like, I'm so pissed off. He's like, why? This has never been done before. 10 curtain calls. Never been done. And he goes, I know I was amazing, but I don't know why. And that's why I love studying just the human psychology and the conversation, the communication elements, watching it. I see things different than a lot of people. I'm paying attention to all those little things, and I'm like, wow, I'm hearing that, but I'm seeing and breaking it down. That's what makes him so good at what he does, is because he's locked in emotionally to you, telling you that story. He's in that, right? And you feel that everyone felt it, right? And that's what makes him great at what he does, because he can do that every hour on the hour, recreating it. And to get to that level, you can create it yourself, which is the fun part. And if you study it, then you'll get there faster. And the more you study it, the quicker you'll get. The more you practice it, the quicker you'll get there. This isn't something that happened overnight. This is studying this stuff.
The reality of it is that'll get you in trouble too. My sales style is passion. And there are times when I will challenge people and I'll upset them. There will be people that walk out on the appointment and never want to come back. And I pissed off one of Steve's patients when I was there. But there are patients that I can get through to that you guys might miss. And there are patients that you guys will get through that I'll miss. And that's okay. But the main thing about this is we've given you guys a lot of tools. And some of the tools I use intentionally, some of it just comes from my gut. I do know that patients buy here. Okay? They buy here. They don't buy here. And if you do get into buy here and you don't connect here, they'll return it. So you have to get both places. And so you play your strong suit. But again, it all comes down to it's not what you say. there's verbiage up here, you guys can regurgitate it all day long, and it won't do the same thing until you make it your own, and it comes from here, and you connect with people. It's about the journey, it's about the emotional roller coaster. So you think about your favorite movie you ever saw, what was it? Did you cry? Did you laugh? Were you afraid? Were you startled? You went through probably 35 different emotions in that one movie, and you'll never forget it. So if you can create that in a 1 hour appointment, you'll never miss a sale.
That's why we talk about this. Any of your best friends, you look at all your best friends, the reason you're best friends is because you've had a lot of these with them. So the same thing is during that 1 hour appointment, I want to take you on this and get you to understand how vital it is. But yeah, the reason why we are all sharing this is because if all you have is a hammer, everything looks like a nail, right? So we're giving you different tools, and it will get you better at closing, getting people of different personality types to buy. Right, so you're not just selling primarily to one type of personality. That you can sell to this person, and an hour later the engineer, hour later the single 85-year-old grandma, an hour later, someone different. It's just every hour I got more tools. Oh, this one I need my screwdriver. Oh, this one I need a skill saw. That's what we're trying to create out of it. So, any other comments, thoughts, questions? All right. Successful day one. You guys get some things out of it?
Oh, yeah.
Excellent. Cool. It's day one. We got 2 more days of this. So, plan for tonight. 6:30. We're gonna meet at Big Owls. So it gives you a little time to relax. Go back to the hotel for a minute. From your hotel, it's probably about 15 minutes, I would say, driving time to get to Big Owls. We'll be meeting there. We got dinner there, bowling, some arcades. It'll be fun. So. Big Owls tonight, 6:30. Everyone is welcome and invited and required to go. If you guys need transportation, then we
I can drive some.
So,